When you come to a single player Carl stream, you're not expecting this man to make fucking sense. This man is completely fucking ignorant. Insane. Crazy. One could say that somebody let an insane asylum victim out and just simply start talking on the microphone. But you stay anyways. Why? Because you are inter-fucking-tained. There's not a single moment where you don't feel something that might be finger-licking good. Just don't let him find out what your mama's first name is. He will try to fuck her. Single player Carl's, home of the nappiest. This motherfucker crazy.
Guess you wonder what I've been. I searched to find love again. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. Guess you wonder where I've been. Wonder where I've been. Guess you wonder where I've been. Wonder where I've been. Guess you wonder where I've been. Wonder where I've been. Guess you wonder where I've been. Wonder where I've been. Guess you wonder where I wonder where I wonder where I wonder where I
You're listening to 148.8 The Coon.
And now, Carl's words of wisdom.
You know, sometimes y'all just don't need to be talking. Just close your mouth. Just close your mouth.
For those of you that are going through, for those of us that are waiting on His promise, understand God has not forgotten you. When times get tough, you got to look up to heaven and encourage yourself and say, just like an eagle and soar, they shall run, not be weary, walk never faint. Faint not wait on the Lord and I'm safe. Hold on a little while longer. Here's what you gotta do, just believe. He'll make it over. He'll everything
48.8 Goon. Don't ever let me find you talking shit about your parents. It'll make you appreciate that you still got a daddy. If you ain't got one, don't you worry. I'm gonna be your new stepdad.
You send chills up my spine every time I take one look at you. And I like it. Girl, you're blowing my mind with the things you say to me. I like it. 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 You send chills up my spine every time I take one look at you. And I like it. Girl, you're blowing my mind with the things you say to me. I like the way you comb your hair. I like the stylish clothes you wear. It's just the little things you do that show how much you really care. Let me fall in love with you. You know exactly what to do. You put the fire inside of me and make it love just a dream. Thinking about you for quite a while. You're on my mind every day and every night. My favorite thought is you. Things you do seem so satisfying to me. I must confess it, girl. And I like it. You send chills up my spine every time I take one look at you. And I like it. Girl, you're blowing my mind with the things you say to me.
Fuck you, YouTube! If you're cool enough to watch a new streamer this week, you're a big enough Chad to watch Single Player Carl. Bad words, Carl's a breakdown. Memes! If you think you'll find a Breadtube at Single Player Carl's, you can kiss my aunt. It's our belief that if you're such a base mother lover, you watch this guy's stream. Guaranteed! If you don't find niggatry cool, you can shove it up your subscribe list. You heard us right. Shove it up your subscribe list. Bring your friends, bring your pets, bring your mom. We'll love your mom. That's right, we'll love your mom. At Single Player Carl's, you'll catch 6 ways to Sunday. Take a hike to Single Player Carl's, home of challenge laughing. That's right, challenge laughing. How does it work? If you can catch Carl being ignorant as fuck and not laugh once, you'll get nothing but shame. Don't wait, don't delay, don't fuck with us or you'll whip your weave off. Only at Single Player Carl's, the only stream that tells you to fuck on. What are you waiting for? Go to Single Player Carl's, New Orleans' snappiest, an exclusive home to the meanest sons of Cajuns in the state of Georgia. Guaranteed!
You say too late to stop, got your heart in a hit. You say too late to stop, got your heart in. You say too late to stop, got your heart in a hit. I don't believe any of it. You say too late to stop, got your heart in a hit. I don't any of it. You say too late to stop.
listening to 148.8 The Coon, playing the spiciest jazz in the nappiest licks.
I feel safe and sound on solid ground. How can I lay down?
Bezos made a banger.
You're listening to 148.8 The Coon. And now, for a word from our sponsors. Sponsors for Single Player Carl and Radio Coon are provided by BBC Migraine Powder, Jib and Toby's Ethnic Enrichment Playground, Cringe On Demand, Blockbuster Entertainment, Uncle Tony's Riot Seasoning, Smart Negro Brand Colonized Sheets Dating App, Immemorial Malt Liquor, and PointDexter.com, and the generous donations and watch times from viewers and haters like you. Thank you! And if you'd like to support Carl, consider leaving a wonderful donation at Ko-fi.com, Subscribestar.com, YouTube.com, and Twitch.com/SinglePlayerCarl. Make sure to support your niggery today, or you hate black people. How?
It has been a very specific period of time between the last VsChat and this VsChat. Ladies and gentlemen, this VsChat is not being monetized because of the graphic and explicit nature of some of the nasty shit many of the broadcasters that are being covered have announced, said, hold as positions, or have done on a audio digital medium and have been published via tape to the World Wide Web. So if you wish to support the show, anything that we do here, and any of the people who wish to be a part of the community, if this is your first time tuning into a VsChat, this is your first time in a while tuning into a VsChat, if this is your first time ever clicking on my channel and clicking on my face, please do remember we have some basic rules. Please keep all hands and feet inside the carmobile at all times. If that makes you upset, bitch, get the fuck over it. I make jokes out here. Know that it is only about the funny. It is not about making money. But if you wish to keep the business alive and booming, because we all know I'm getting fucked in the ass on YouTube on this, feel free to throw your shekels at the store. Give it a wonderful donation and or support through becoming a member, through donating through Ko-fi, through donating through Subscribestar, through donating through Super Chats, and passing messages about what you think about the content on Super Chats, on relevant websites, YouTube, Twitch, X Premium, if you so wish. I don't think I even have the ability to get subs, but if I can on there, that is a place. as well as the features of places like supporting by watching on Kick and supporting by watching on Twitch. By increasing our numbers and increasing our standards, we get the ability to do these more often and with more explicit content, because some of these things I cannot say and do without knowing it cannot be monetized. But I do it anyways, because particularly on this subject matter, it's funny! And the people in question deserve a little bit of fucking salt, because maybe their behavior will change. And if it doesn't change, the shaming is necessary. The Carl hazing will continue until morale improves. Today's broadcast contains an audiovisual portion that is not public to the broadcast. If you wish to be a part of this broadcast, you must join the Discord. You must go to the section that is labeled Live Broadcast. It is open to the public. That does not mean that the public will be open to being on the broadcast. You will get the privilege of seeing what it is that is being talked about that we can't put on the camera. So you can truly be able to know what the fuck made Carl that mad. And what is that nigga saying? What are they laughing at? And why can't I get to see it? More than likely, the basic answer is, if I put it on the camera and I were to broadcast it live on the OBS, I would get banned. If you miss out, you miss out. That is what it is. Don't blame me, blame yourself. And the economy. Biden. With that being said, keep your hands and feet inside the Carl wheel at all times and keep yourself in the upright Carl position, unless you need to lean backwards and laugh in the downright bottom Carl position. If you bust a gut, that means it's working. Welcome. Hello. Shalom. Shabbat. Asakalam. Assalamu alaikum. Eggs, bacon, and salami. I'm Carl. This broadcast originally was supposed to happen in May. However, I have a life. And unfortunately, things came up in that life that required me to do multiple levels of pivots. So, I come to you tonight with the broadcast that would have came to you sooner in May. The material in question that you are witnessing and you will be witnessing is the inclusion of months of research, not just from myself, but from other users and from other content creators that have covered the subject matter, of which will be featured on camera and on screen, and called out and celebrated by name. Some of those particular contributions to the internet come from such figures, such as Chud Logic, Xanderhall, for the portion of them giving us context for why they care about this subject matter, Innuendo Studios, for being a fucking thief, Kira Chats and Mike from PA, for being lol cows, the majority of the Breadtube sphere, for being lol cows, actual justice warrior Sean Fitzgerald, for being a real one, and actively covering every single bit of Innuendo Studios and his theft, whom was the original subject matter of this broadcast. But, considering that it has panned forward, we have been able to go wider, which means you get more content to talk about. And once again, a very big helpful shout out to the lolcows featured in the thumbnail, which involves and includes, but it's not limited to, put it on the screen so you know it's real, the likes of DJ Mule, Kira Chats, Mike from PA as Central Committee, Innuendo Studios, Xanderhall, Caseytron, and the wonderful members that are the socialists, Breadtubers, and as I call them, Nebula niggas across the entirety of the YouTube platform, which includes the the lolcow likes of Lindsay Ellis. Ouch, my arm. A little itchy. Lindsay Ellis, a foreign man in a foreign land, FD Signifier, Khadijah Babawe, Shark03, Shonda Black, and other such racial and interracial tokens. Because if you're a token, you get spent. And y'all are spare change tonight. Y'all are spare change tonight. Before we begin, officially, please raise your hand if you in the audience and chat are a newbie here and have never been on a VsChat. You will not be hazed, but we are going to identify whether or not you know what's about to happen. And at this time, for those of interest, I will be copying and pasting the link inside the chat room, which will put it on screen for every single person who wishes to click on it. That will take you directly inside of the lobby. This will be repeated across all chat rooms. So if you do not go in, it is not my problem. It is not my fault. The opportunity has been provided to you. And for those that will be watching the audio portion and the video portion on X, please do know that if you are watching on X, there are some things that you will not be able to communicate directly to us that you would otherwise have to join into the call in order to do. I apologize. Elon Musk is really mad after Destiny decided to fuck up broadcasting rights for everybody and made it so that you need to both, one, be a person that has it made so that you can become a part of broadcasts to chat in the first place, and to make us constantly have to make sure to toggle that you can chat to begin within the first place. So, making it so that you have the ability to see this broadcast even exists, and having the ability to go to the other parts of the broadcast so that you're not stuck behind the X Media Studio paywall. It is a bullshit system. I'm sorry that it doesn't work better than this. Myself, VTubers that use this technology, and others wish that there was a better way, but unfortunately there is no better way. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah. And for any person who is interested in being able to join the Discord, please direct your attention towards the links that are being posted frequently by the Botrix official bot. They will be proceeding throughout the broadcast and can be found on the screen. With all of that said, all preamble done, and all requirements and officiations covered, let us begin. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have all seen them, we all know them, and we are all aware of them and their dumbass opinions and how wrong they are about half the shit that they deal with in general. You know them, you hate them, you cannot stand them. Breadtubers. Crumb Breadtubers, or rather, crumb tubers. And their hanger-ons and their orbiters. These people make up the majority of what we call the Lumpkin Proles. These people call themselves communists, they call themselves socialists, but at the end of the day, they are lazy, hang-about stumblebums. They don't produce work, they don't produce anything of value other than the, quote, product of their minds, much like myself, but they can't even be entertaining while they do it. They hide behind a social phobia of effectively being able to harass you at any point in time whenever they happen to choose to do so. There are lolcows that exist like this amongst all the spheres of all the political alignments. However, this broadcast will be focusing on a select few, presented in a way that I've decided is most comical for both presentation, conversation, and for amelioration of exactly why they are being targeted by criticism. All of the things that I am saying, all of the things that I will be saying, and all of the things that I will be sharing are public information. Not a single person's information needed to be stalked. Not a single person's information needed to be doxxed. Not a single bit of information needed to be socially engineered to get past a lock. It all specifically, explicitly needed only to be looked up and communicated by other people. Using this technology, known as Google Foo, I have brought together for you a selection of the most stupid and most embarrassing admittances from the lolcows that demonstrate the reason why they are not allowed to have fun and or free shit and or not being embarrassed about the things that they choose to do in a regular case of their appearances on the internet. In no particular order, we will be starting with people that, based on the thumbnail, are the targets that can best be communicated as the reason why I am telling them, on behalf of all black and brown people, the ones that they love to use as cudgel shields and tokens to spend whenever they have political capital to gain, to get a job! Considering that we would not be here if it hadn't been because of such one lolcow as Innuendo Studios, let us begin with the hazing on his behalf. One moment, please. Let's go in order. So, opening these, opening these, opening these, opening these, opening these, and boom.
Of different things related.
Okay, scroll backwards. Scroll backwards. Window. A picture. Open the picture inside of the Discord. Picture opened. If you are inside the Discord, there should be a window and screen that you can see. Please press 1 inside of the internal chat room to confirm that you can see the image that is being presented. People inside of the normal chat rooms, there's an image that is being presented on the screen. Please press 1 as an indicator that you are both paying attention to what is being audibly said and that you can see the audiovisual image being presented on the screen. I'm getting conflicting messages. I have one person saying that they can't. Oh, that they said never mind. Okay, everybody is now currently looking at the same image. I will tell you all at which point the images that I am presenting can no longer be seen or broadcasted on the stream. And if you wish to see what's happening there, you will need to go inside of the Discord. Again, I apologize, but I'm not getting my channels banned because somebody desperately wants to find out what the fuck Carl will be yapping about. We will be skipping around, but we will cover the relevant information necessary in order to cover what is being talked about. I am now adjusting the audio for the clips in question. If it is possible that the clips are not loud enough, please just mention once that you cannot hear what's being said. I will notice.
Sad day, and this is going to be a sad segment, full disclosure, as we're going to have to get very real, and we're going to have to talk about a bit of a reality of being a progressive content creator that doesn't really get talked about much because complaining about your station and your reach as a creator online, especially on YouTube, is seen as very presumptuous, very ungrateful, demanding, insincere. Like, I could go on for like an hour listing the ways that people kind of feel and react to that discussion.
The bullshit that the content creator known as Alexander/Xanderhall is communicating is bullshit. Because in order for you to understand this weepy queer, you need to actually understand his background and how he came to be who he is. And to do that, I am pulling on the ancient magics that belong to the one and only king of being the first and only comedian to do it better than I ever can or will. For if I am a close-quarter comedian, then the man in question that I am about to reference the work of is a long-range rhetorician. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, member of the best of the old days of YouTube, member of the Honey Badger Brigade, a one Mike Christensen, Dr. Andermercam, and the content about a young Xanderhall, originally by the name of Pig Puncher.
How do you get your picture in the paper and gain no subscribers as a result? Dedication's what you need. Stick with me, kid. You won't get a scratch on you. I'm like a Faraday cage of mediocrity. I'm too much of one emotion to be another. And it all meets in the middle and does me wonders, so does wonders. Welcome to the show, folks. I can't believe it's still here. Once upon a time, in a video not far from here, I rather belabored the point that calling yourself anti-something is a rather fatuous idea altogether. Being anti-anything is no way to bring people together. It will not fill any cultural holes. Moreover, it only represents a hole to be filled. And all that might have left some people with an incomplete impression of what's in a name. Indeed, a name that doesn't sound anti can nevertheless be largely, if not wholly, anti. On the contrary, a failure to see the trick coming will result in the public relations equivalent of a mass slaughter. What we have here, for instance, is a conflict in which one side calls its enemies social justice warriors, thereby necessarily defining themselves in principle, if not in name, as anti-social justice warriors, while the other side in the conflict calls its enemies racists.
Or otherwise known as Juds. And they can call themselves progressives.
Thereby necessarily defining themselves similarly as anti-racists. A cursory
or just racist by another name, if you want to be serious. Criticizers of white supremacy, resistors of the male monster, people who will violate the non-aggression pact simply because they will resist against white males being considered the default. Insert words here.
Glance at any modern English dialect will inform you what you know instinctively anyway, where each of these terms would lie on a scale of definitely good to definitely bad. Social justice warrior, not sure. Sounds good, but could be a trap. Let me look into it. But racist, definitely bad. Smash that panic button. Release the hound. No one in their right mind would call racism a force for good. So if there's a group of people out there indiscriminately calling all of their opponents racists, and they're large enough and influential enough to get an even larger amount of people to believe their every word, to accept on accusation their every shrill repetition of racist, fascist, Nazi, etc. If you're going to oppose such people, then you're going to need to call them something as bad or worse than racist, fascist, Nazi, etc. Or try to avoid the name calling altogether, though that's not as easy as it sounds. And social justice warrior is not the term you're looking for. Not even in the ballpark. It actually makes them sound better than they are. It's not even offensive, it's defensive, but it's used as an attempt at offense. This is a monster that attacks everyone with lies and cacophonic hyperboles and armies of straw boogeymen, and you're running at it brandishing a euphemism. I realise that steel manning your opponent is the admirable thing to do in an argument, but if that opponent is never going to stop straw manning you, it's a frankly suicidal strategy. So I can't even necessarily say I know who you're talking about when you say anti-SJWs, but what I can say for sure is whoever they are self-evidently rather retarded in the art of PR. They've been fighting uphill this whole time. Turns out you don't need organised public relations when you keep effortlessly hitting glorious veins of Streisand energy. When you ban it from one place, it grows back bigger in another place. It's plain to see, but they still can't help themselves. Evidently, it's not just the one side. Also, the so-called SJW, so-called anti-racist side, has been fighting downhill this whole time, and all they have to do is stop giving their enemies more and more Streisand energy by banning them all the time. And yet they still can't pull off a victory under these conditions. This is a war being fought between two different kinds of total retard. People who don't understand optics, and people who don't understand humility.
This is Mike. What Mike is describing as this content that I am playing this material from comes from 6 years ago, posted. If YouTube would like to function with me, posted June 12th, 2019, is describing the turnabout where, under what would eventually become the Susan Wojcicki hold of all media on the site, basically being mandated by a modern white woman housewife who went off of vibes alone before the woman would leave us untimely within this year alone. The action of the majority of what we now call collectively Breadtube, all of the left-leaning, if not far left, as they have now adapted over the years, content creators, entrenching themselves in a position where any person who they are facing and they are criticizing must be an evil istophobe. Some slanderous word that can be used as a thought terminating cliche to simply dismiss a person's argumentation and the presentation because they must be an istophobe, because only istophobes do what that istophobe's doing, and you shouldn't even hear what they have to say. You should listen to what they have to say. You shouldn't watch their content. You shouldn't click on their streams. You shouldn't look at their tweets. You shouldn't retweet and tweet their tweets. You shouldn't be quoting them. You shouldn't be listening to them. You shouldn't be having conversations with them. You definitely should not be a member of their audience. They're horrible, negative, bad people that create negative, toxic cancer. Meanwhile, in the current field, those same individuals who say that with one breath are attempting to cancel themselves, their friends, their associates, because if they happen to be like Ethan Klein, they might agree 99.99 floating decibel 9% with everything they believe on every political issue, but that 0.001% where they are unwilling to afford the position of yes, and that's why Israel doesn't deserve to have a two-state solution. Peace in the Middle East. Peace in the Middle East means being able, Jesus fucking Christ, Lord have mercy, Exo Christian, that's a lot of money. Exo, that's a lot of money, bro. I appreciate that. Where the normal action of the majority of these people is to present themselves as speaking against racism, sexism, homophobia, bigotry, fat phobia, white supremacy, and multiple things that basically amount to, I don't like that guy, I hate that man and the words he's saying, and I hate that he has an audience listening to him. The majority of most of the opinions that you will hear come from those that are described as these members of groups, usually colloquialized now as Breadtube, corn breadtube, or crumb tubers. Breadtubers being people who ascribe themselves to communist and socialist beliefs that believe that by use of community action and communal aid, that they can attempt to bully the world into silence. So that if somebody such as Ethan Klein agrees with them 99.9 floating decimal percent of the time on every issue, but on the 0th 1 percentile issue, they believe that Israel deserves to have a right to a purpose to exist. It is possible to also liberate the proletarian cause of those that are on the ground amongst the Palestine, and to be able to reject the terrorist aspect of Hamas that is controlling the PLO and ultimately uses the Palestinians as a meat shield so that they can continue to wage their war against the state of Israel, against the citizens of Israel, and against those that they call Sabra, not the brand of hummus, but specifically the phrase itself that describes that they are resisting Jews that are born in an Israel state, that live in the state, in the Middle East, in the Fertile Crescent, being with their wonderful catchphrase of from the river to the from the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free, as a clear sign in alignment with the three no's. There will be no understanding with Israel, there will be no peace with Israel, and there will be no remaining Israeli state. Meaning, they want a one-state solution, where the Arabians that belong to what would be called Palestine, which has never existed historically in any form, but instead was carved out by the British consulate, after a little bit of help from the French consulate, to set up the lines that then became the territories that would grow into what is the current day situation on the ground. If you disagree with them on that issue, they believe that they have the right to harass you into the earth. Hence, why some of those individuals that have joined in that reindeer game against Ethan Klein are in the thumbnail. But more about that when we get there later. No, you see, when you're dealing with the breadtubers and the corn breadtubers, which are the black consulate that have broken off because they fractionated, as they do. They broke off in the middle, and what they ended up doing is they would start turning against each other. The whites would get more money, and if they went transgender, if they were male and then became a transgender male to female that was femme-presenting, such as people like VsChat, and cross-dressers that they were never trans, but they just continue to dress like it because it's a part of their brand, such as people as ContraPoints, but ContraPoints had a recently decent take that was actually sensible, and therefore they attacked her. It is in the viewpoint of Breadtube and Crumb Breadtube, as well as Corn Breadtube, to exist in a superposition where everything and everyone they're ever fighting is always a problem. And as it was during the time which this video existed, this would be where people like Dr. Americam and the Honey Badgers, with programs such as The Raging and their various updates, videos, live streams that they've done over the years, would document the craziness that you would only be able to see if you were paying attention to it live at the time. Things such as Ice Cream Junk from, what is the program's name? Bill Nye Saves the World, long since privated, because the material was designed to only be enjoyed by a specific group, because that group in question have a fear of being perceived. They don't want you to have access to their knowledge. They don't want you to have access to talking to them. They don't want you to have access to the normal society that you function in and you have to be able to live with them in. Instead, they look down at you from their positions on high that they might have been gifted or that they have been bullied into. This is very important for the first person, which is Xander Hall. And they tell you to hate your life, working class Andy, while also telling you that you should hate yourself and that you should allow them to bully you because you know nothing and they know everything. And you should accept that you know nothing as much as they do. You are not Vosh. You are not Destiny. You are not Xander Hall. You are not Cherry. You are not Lindsay Ellis. You're not FD Signifier. You're not Khadijah Madawe. You're not DJ Newell and the Red Planet Podcast. You're not Kira Chats. You're not insert Breadtuber's name here. But if you shut up and you open sandwich on Coconut Island, you one day will also be given the permission to harass people because they think differently than you. All of this coincides with the next sentences that he's going to say. This video in question is long, so it's an audiovisual portion everyone will need to witness. Ba-da-ba-doom. There's a little bit of fluctuation in the feed. So if anybody has some random disconnects or hangups, that is what's happening. Yes, I know it's happening. If there's ever a disconnection, please intercede with the Carl tradition of pressing F if there's a hard disconnect. Again, morale will improve as we continue to go through the broadcast. Important to say that. Anyways, the material in question in which this is referring to refers to that period in time before COVID, where it got even more incensed. Before that, there was a time where priority creators were given a level of favoritism on the platform, where they begged YouTube's executives for favoritistic coverage of their content, because everybody else against them was an alt-right Nazi. So they needed to be priority creators in order to give themselves the position where they then became the kings and queens of the platform, well known for their talking points where they grew from bedroom feminists into entire echelons of business, such as that of H Bomber Guy, FD Signifier, and of course everyone's hated black guy, the janitor, but have long since broken out into their own hovels amongst other types of individuals. So, for some of you, just some guy, some black guy, and Chris Raygun have very much gone the way of this lefty tilt into being pseudo breadtubers, if not explicitly breadtubers. They agree with the points, they agree with the talking points, they agree with the optics and the tactics, but they're just cooler than the losers you're normally used to seeing. It is important that you know this, because yes, even some of your personal favorites you might be followers of, they are guilty of this at some point in time. They were a part of being a member of critiquing this action, and like those that used to make music that was the satire that demonstrated the point, such as Chris Raygun, they tried to take down that art that criticized it because they didn't want the flack that came with being against the resistance, because it would directly affect their benefit and their growth. That being said, if at any time there's ever a word or a phrase or an argument that in context sounds weird to you, as was expressed earlier, all I'm hearing is words, 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 I will translate effectively. Let us continue.
People who can't quite get their heads around popular narratives, or won't, and people who can't quite compute the notion that they are sometimes mistaken. Good of me, was it not, to get through that description without mentioning any disability?
Alright, hello everyone, it's Big Puncher.
It's not very halal, is it? I think we all know why you came up with that name, sir. Hey, New York Times, you got another one for the shooting gallery. I mean, the gallery.
So I'm...
Yes, you're hearing a baby-voiced, baby-faced Xander Hall. Formerly Alexander. Yes, he used to be that young. It's 6 years is a very long time ago, chat. It's a very long time ago.
I'm going to tell you about how I almost became alt-right.
Long story short, you acted a little bit like a pendulum. More interested in changing your mind than making it up. Perhaps because...
Yes, this is Random Recam. Cameron Mosley.
You were too young to understand politics, but old enough to start giving a shit about it. So you found yourself expressing the fractal wrongness of if pitch black isn't the right answer, then bright white must be. Or perhaps this is simply how your personality works, and you'll never grow out of it, especially now that you've nestled the pendulum firmly in its left atrium.
All thanks to one huge YouTube community that has become extremely popular over the last few years. It all started in 2016. Donald Trump had just been elected.
Really? That's when it all started. Then what was I doing in 2012? 4 years before the birth of our Lord Pig Puncher. And what the hell was I doing 12 years ago when I was already here? Just wallowing around in the primordial ooze, was I? I'm not being funny, but for real, did you even exist 12 years ago?
My very first anti-SJW YouTuber. His name was Chris Raygun.
It's Bernie, bro. It's pretty much by design they are in favor of at least a moderate degree of what we could agree to call social justice. Certainly if it relates to socialism, democratic socialism in any way. So he's hardly anti-SJW, is he? He's just... he makes fun of feminism sometimes? Is that it?
My views started to move further and further to the right. Then I started watching Shoe on Hit.
Looking back at this kind of context, and knowing that she is now married to Unimania and has a child, listening to posts like this out of context as a time capsule that shows the actions in question that otherwise have long since been deleted off the internet in their whole context and completely dismissed so that they could recreate themselves and make a brand new brand image. It is really, 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 really important for you to understand and remember that this is during the time of the skeptic spear. So, for people who are not aware, this is during the time of the garbage human. Which is to say, during that time period where, I believe this is actually 2019, 2019 should actually be the year of the clip, where the majority of the people that I've discussed, and others that have yet to be seen, especially if you remember the all-famous Kekafsene flag shoot, were all people that were unified by the topics at the time. There is a similar group of content creators that exist that reflect this in the current parlance now, but the majority of those people are only brought together because of the fact they happen to be meeting up with each other, covering the same topics. Not so much that they are, personal friends, but as Avalon is discussing the time of Sargon's liberalists, or as we just collectively call it, the time of the skeptosphere, was a history point. It was, in fact, a history point. And you're correct, Chris Raygun was always a lefty. Please do remember that he was dating and banging none other than the one and only Lacey Green, and that the both of them talked brazenly about their politics before they eventually left each other. She got a leaner / nerdier and thinner model, and Chris would slowly become another one of those content creators who creates a podcast and then just simply surrounds himself with his podcast friends, as he very rarely ever does anything at all musically anymore. Certainly does not make satire, not of the left, and more or less just goes along with the opinions. But it's okay, because he doesn't have to do anything risque. He's already made his mills. Or rather, his thousands. He's already gotten his subs. He's already gotten his donos. He doesn't have to do anything more. He's already going to go down in YouTube history.
How is Shu further right than Chris? I mean, one of them must be further right than the other, at least a tiny bit. But how have you worked that out there?
Her channel is centered around making fun of feminists.
Ah, I was not wrong. Why do you think feminism is left wing? Huh? See, if we could get over this rather ugly hillock, we wouldn't get nearly as distracted by the irrelevant left-right puppet show. Feminism is not left-wing, and it is not right-wing either. Taking rights and property away from men and giving it to women is not of interest to society or the economy. It is inherent only to authoritarianism, and whichever nook into which this authoritarianism can lodge itself. I know you think feminism means equality. If you were right-wing, you'd think feminism means freedom. Either way, you'd be wrong, because it's never been about uniting the sexes, as they necessarily should be. It has always been about dividing them, so as to conquer them. See, it's only useful as it means for the rich and powerful to control the poor and uneducated, and to slowly collapse a civilization should you be in the mood. Is that clear? If it were, I get the feeling 90% of the people you call right-wing would suddenly be revealed to you as no such damn thing. They're just anti-authoritarian.
Realistically, what he's describing is exactly what most people have come to realize, especially when you start using correct words like egalitarian. A person who gets mocked as a meninist, a person who is an open-mouthed feminist, especially a third-wave feminist, or worse, a fourth and fifth wave, which are completely consensual. Yes, I can hear the buzzing. If I try to turn it off, it'll just keep going. I have to find where it is and put it out the room. The same people can understand that egalitarianism is the actual unification of men and women working towards the goal of having rights for each other. People who are mocked as meninists because they are attacked by people who are feminists, especially if they're third wave feminists, or specifically fourth and fifth wave feminists that are completely able to be consolidated into being used by and using Islam as a cudgel to make other people bend the knee towards their goals and viewpoints, are 100% the cause for why that is the case. Because it has always been about supremacy of the in-group banishing, demonizing, and attacking the out-group. Those of you who have been noticing Collective Shout going around, that is just the newest group that is wearing a public face that will soon adapt to a new name and do censorship again on behalf of trying to stop icky, disgusting, nasty things that have, like, dirty stuff, air quote. Dirty stuff describing adult content and adult concepts and adult themes. That because they don't like them, that means they deserve to be removed entirely. Because when they came for the Bourne games, we said nothing, for I did not want to be outed as a gooner. And then when they came for our video games that are supposed to be the up-and-coming titles that are supposed to be contenders for Game of the Year, such as Wu Shang Fallen Feathers, we had to sit there and be forced to watch them do it because they went after No Mercy first. Just like how some have tried to go after Hatred, and others tried to go after Replay, and others have had to go over other titles that have long since been banned and cannot be consumed on any platform that is inside the clear net, but only on the deep web, not the dark web, but the deep web. Most of us can recognize in the places that are considered to be 18 plus, this is the only place where you can find the material in question without some guy laughly gooning into your earphone in order for you to know what it is that made them niggas really that mad about the content that they are trying to ban from you. It was a different landscape, and it was a different time period. However, everything 100% tracks today, because unfortunately there are people who are not willing to remember their history. Because, yes, history can be written by the victors, but it's also forgotten by the short-sighted. More on that later.
Yeah, and then you have no more subjects for your material, no more bait for your clicks.
I learned how feminism was ruining Ghostbusters, forced diversity was ruining games, and instead of laughing at SJWs, I started to get hostile towards them.
Yes, you laugh when they get in other people's shit. You become hostile when they get in your shit. These are perfectly human reactions. This is why we have a wide range of emotions with which to react. Because you don't need to get involved with everyone else's fight, but you absolutely should be prepared to fight when the time comes to defend your own rights and indeed interests.
True. Big true. A bigger truest could have never been truer.
No?
Going a bit further, I started watching Sargon of Akkad.
English liberal, right there. 2-word description. So there's no excuse for forgetting it, is there?
He was a well-put-together guy with a British accent, and when he spoke, he sounded really smart.
Now, was that because of the accent, or was it because he was saying things that were true?
He ranted about immigration and how it was destroying European countries like Sweden, and I believed him.
It was a thing that's true.
Through him, I started to not only hold much more right-leaning beliefs myself, but I started to become very accepting of much more radical conservative beliefs than my own.
It's not a right-leaning belief, dude. And it's certainly not radical conservative. Holy shit. It's an accurate report, is what it is. Sweden is a nation, and globalism does ruin nationalism by its nature. They are mutually exclusive systems. And that's me giving the lion's portion of the benefit of the doubt to the reassurance that this is merely globalism by intent, and not, in fact, some form of invasion, as those typically further right than I would perhaps deign to call it.
Who wants to tell him? Who wants to go back in time and slap the bottle out of his hand and say, "No, Mike! No! You don't realize, Mike! It's worse than that!" Wholesale push of H-1B visas, immigrants, migrants, asylum seekers of all kind in every nation state, attempting to flee to get a better life. But they are fleeing through other countries to get to the country of target from the country of origin from which they originate, for the benefits that can be offered to them that they could have probably gotten if they were honest and were just seeking asylum to anywhere. But instead, it had to be a certain nation. It had to be Sweden. It had to be England. It had to be the British Empire and the sun that never sets on them because God doesn't trust them. It had to be America. It had to be territories controlled by America. In truth, what we would come to realize from this point, as it would become a talking point constantly repeated by the left, is that this would be the beginning of the problems. A new era of problems, or rather than a new era of troubles. Fortunately, we in the U.S. have not seen the effect of this, but I give you my humble apologies and condolences through the internet and across time if you live in any of those territories and areas that have been slowly conquered over time by migrants who refuse to assimilate into your great English tea box. Humble condolences go out, obviously, for people who live in places like Kanakastani land. Because I'm sorry, Frostbacks, you're getting it double fucked on a double fuck Sunday with 2 dicks in your ass. Because unfortunately, they are not only fucking up your country, they're actively trying to control your consulate, they're controlling your government, and have now presented you with the unironic sense of the illusion of choice. Do you take the Sikh? Do you take the other Sikh? Or do you take the Canadian-born Sikh? Certainly, all of these people do speak Canadian patois, French, and variations of Creole. Truly, they are Canadians, even though they clearly don't look like Justin Trudeau's father. However, I digress. Let's keep going.
What happens here is kind of a blur.
Wait, was that when you went beyond the true things and started hearing the occasional false thing? Yeah, I can sometimes, and as you say, blurry, but with time you can acquire the tools and apparatus necessary to sharpen up that image. If you can't tell right from left, get glasses, or get new ones. And don't be afraid to keep a section in your filing cabinet marked, "I don't know."
I had become everything that I was ashamed of only...
Oh, Ace. Pay attention now, Ace.
a year earlier.
We don't talk about the potential cuckoldry of a whole dictator that ruled Cuba, and how he must have cracked fine shit mama and possibly left his father to be responsible for raising his fucking dictatorial child as he throws a bitch fit because he ruined the country with his desire to be better than dad.
Earlier.
Okay, it really sounds like you do indeed have an impulsive personality for you to change that much in a year. Unless this was some kind of out-of-character event like a midlife crisis, and those don't typically happen to people who sound like a character from Doug.
I was fully entrenched into the alt-right. I spammed Pepe emotes and did the OK hand signal to trigger the libs.
That is not even slightly entrenched in the alt-right. Talk of ethno-states would be entrenched in the alt-right. Posting Pepe memes and OK signs is barely marginally adjacent to trolls and shitposters on 4chan, who have no political delineation other than to cause chaos upon any prey foolish enough to take the bait, and you deliver this chaos onto them every time you take it. When Anonymous fucks with Scientology, you cheered for Anonymous. When Anonymous fucked with the Westbrook Baptist Church, you cheered for Anonymous. But when Anonymous fucked with the beast that calls everyone racist, suddenly you stopped cheering. You even gave Anonymous a name. The alt-right. Expecting somehow that this will be forgotten. Or forgiven.
But one day, something happened. I started to become skeptical. Not like anti-SJW skeptical, but actually skeptical.
No, I've often wondered. I've often wondered and indeed asked, where is the boundary between skeptic and not properly skeptical? This equivocation of yours would lead us to conclude that SJW is synonymous with actual. And that might be the closest I'll ever get to a straight answer. Charlottesville is irrelevant, by the way. What got you to this point is irrelevant. What matters is you're there now.
That honestly warms my heart, and it feels really refreshing to have new viewers and new opinions in my audience.
Yeah, I bet.
It seems like the majority of you like...
If you know, chat, you know. Chat, if you know, you know. And for that, we need a little bit of music. I can't type. Jerry! Jerry! I want to kill them, Jerry! Jerry! You need to answer my DMs, Jerry! Xander Hall has been... He was such a small little piglet back then, but he's come such a far way. Fattened up for the slaughter and ready to get executed to allow another Breadtuber to use his platform to increase their own. Oh, Xander Hall. Oh, Alexander.
The video.
Yes, it's a very popular story, isn't it? The redemption arc. I used to be a sinner, but now I'm healed. You could get it on the front page of a newspaper and people would still call you the underdog. You just happened to have the right kind of retardation to land you in this. But you span around a few times until you got dizzy, but you managed to land in the most powerful narrative. That's medically typical for this kind of retardation.
I was convinced that those far-right extremists were not the ones in power, but the Hollywood liberal elite and the left-leaning pop culture were.
It's funny how many people seem to spontaneously get this impression when they stop watching television. Television isn't brainwashing either, by the way, but if we're going there, it's a damn sight closer to it than the on-demand internet is. To get so much as the centre-right narrative, you need to go on the internet and look for it, preferably with DuckDuckGo and a VPN. But to get the far-left narrative, you need only perform some mild channel hopping.
And that's why ground news is inescapable. Right there. That's why we all get advertisements for ground news and all of our content creators. Because it's become that necessary to be able to spot through the bias. Especially if they are themselves coverages that are looking at the news and not just simply channels like Think Before You Sleep, that are giving opinions about the viewpoints and talking points they're talking about, using particular details of examples as inference for them to make their arguments, only to be slandered at a distance by their own long-range artillery, designed to silence the voices of people that they don't like.
I started to think for myself a little, rather than just gobble down whatever the anti-SJW flavor of the month was.
So who were you thinking for before that? Before your first conversion, I mean, the one from left to right. Was that yourself as well? And that was was this whole sojourn into the basic bit short back and size fringe political right was just one long exercise in thinking for other people instead of just yourself? That's almost profound if you say it in just the right way. I wonder if you do.
I came into that debate almost completely expecting this Destiny guy to be a leftist cuck.
Look, there's not much I can say here because I actually can't stomach the guy. There's only so many iterations of the zebra crossing fallacy I can take before I begin feverishly impaling my subwoofer with a screwdriver. I'll skip this section. All I can say is if you do end up joining Antifa, we officially have Destiny to thank.
Ah.
That is a hell of a name you have there, Willow. You are aware that it makes you sound like you think you're a god. I may be a fool, but I know a disappearing pig trick when I see one.
Oh, that itself is a deep cut there as well. Destiny, for all I care, could also go on the thumbnail, but then again, Destiny's problem isn't that he can't get a job, it's that he can't get any good press to save his life. So I guess there's that. Depends. The Destiny of this time period would have been a person who was actually capable of argumentation, even if he was still a lolcow, by the action and the energy by which he carried himself. However, the Destiny of this current year of Anything Goes with Dan Saltman is 100% still Dan's content son. And Dan is tired of making him have to behave right. As well as Kayla taking her fucking sandbox and doing her own thing with Bridges, allowing her to offshoot the female Destiny simps to a place that she can use them.
I learned that this hadn't just happened to me, it was happening to millions of teenagers and just young people across the world.
Yes, they are learning things electively. They are volunteering their own free time to watch on demand what they choose to watch from billions of pre-recorded possibilities. Have you heard what they're teaching teenagers and just young people across the world in universities regarding feminism and the like, in non-elective modules on Sword of Damocles like pain of expulsion for the price of their parents' life savings? Does that count as supremacist content on the basis of conspiracy theory? I mean, the thing, not me pointing at it.
Ironically enough, it was like I had taken the real red pill.
You found people who, by your own definition, were just as bad as you claimed the previous people were. Such as?
I found more channels such as Sean and Jen, ContraPoints, Dusty Smith, H Bomber Guy, Claudia Brown, and many more.
I've responded to all of those channels, and if I do say so myself, ruined them. Except Sean and Jen, obviously. All of the drugs in the world cannot keep me awake through one of Sean's videos, and I have had all of the drugs in the world.
That in and of itself is another case example of another one that needs to get a goddamn job. But then again, she did take the entire fucking Twitch channel and thus cut Skull Enjoyer Sean's entire revenue into the shitter, and it's taken him, what, 5-6 years to recover? Just about? Avalon, I think you would know better than I would. That one's a drama I didn't keep up with because I don't watch people I don't like.
Don't get me wrong, there are very few popular left-leaning political channels than right-leaning anti-SJW ones, but...
But I assume you're not including the many examples of what YouTube calls authoritative sources, although I don't know why you'd do that. Do you think all those late-night hosts, for example, are paragons of enlightened centrism, neither left nor right, but most definitely authoritative? I see. It's just that they all seem to have exactly the same opinions, and they're all uncannily anti-right.
Don't worry, Mike. In this future, Colbert is off the air! And maybe Jon Stewart's return program will go with it. And then it'll just be what? Leno's not even on the air anymore, is he? It's just Conan. As I think about it, yeah.
Much like yourself, Mr. Puncher. I mean, it doesn't stop at Sargon, does it? It goes all the way up to Trump, and that's just within the vicinity of classical liberalism. And it doesn't stop at ContraPoints, does it? You have the Young fucking Turks, you have Vox, you have Vice, you have BuzzFeed, and Salon, and Huffington Post, and Jezebel, and you have CNN, and NBC, and the BBC, and the CBC, and ABC, and any other BC you care to mention. You have whichever airships have not yet crashed into the thriving futuristic cityscape of the new media. We had Alex Jones. For the memes, let's face it. That was the worst thing you all could think of, so you nuked it from orbit. The idea that the right wing is the top dog, the dominant wing. Like, 40, 50 years ago, it may have had some traction, but you cannot look around you in anything but the deepest oil spots in the belly of the internet and say with any intellectual honesty that the left is still the underdog. It is not. And it is possible to speak out against the failings of the far left, the alt-left, if you will, while still not letting your guard down with regard to the far right. Indeed, there will be no time in history when we will not have to keep our guard up on the left and the right, because these are the places from whence the attacks very often come. How come there is no such thing as the alt-left? I mean, how come there's no such popular meme as the alt-left that compares in any way to the alt-right meme? It's because the extreme left doesn't need one. They're not breaking apart from a lifetime of defeats like the extreme right is. The extreme left is one big happy family, and they're not interested in alternatives. If that was what the right wing looked like, I'd be hunting fascists right there with you. But in reality, it's what the left wing looks like. But as I said, it's probably because they turned out to be slightly more susceptible to the wingless authoritarianism of identity politics. The kraken that calls itself feminist and calls everything else racist. Mayhaps this wasn't always the case. Who knows?
But I wanted to be the person who could save other young people from falling down this rabbit hole like I had.
Like the catcher in the rabbit hole? There you go. You're a phony. A big fat phony.
I decided to make a video where I tried to explain as best I could why the anti-SJWs are basically SJWs themselves.
That in and of itself is a fucking lie that has always been perpetuated because of the sheer passion it requires to do the goddamn work to disprove things that just come blatantly out of their mouth as they lie, and lie constantly. As people usually say, the truth requires time to get its shoes on, and by the time it finally gets up, it has already got more work to do to stop the lie that's halfway around the world. Realistically, in truth, that has not been the case, it has never been the case, and it has never more been clear the bullshit that it definitely is in the capacity and sphere of. Especially when you're talking about the content creators that have long since traded sides because they got more money.
Were you also trying simultaneously to explain how SJWs are not just like SJWs and are the good guys after all, even though you're using them as a distinguishing marker of the bad guys. What was it then that you realized you'd rather confuse yourself into a corner?
This video did horrible. I think it had like 12 dislikes to 5 likes in the first 12 hours, but I didn't stop.
Or get your channel deleted. Yay, good for you.
And if I can save at least one person from the alt-right, I'll be happy.
You're gonna have to work a hell of a lot harder than that, my dude. One person per day would be nothing. The one thing that really is going on that you really should be worried about, if that's where your stance really is the rate at which we're able to, as you say, save people from the alt-left. It's up to you to figure out what I might mean when I say alt-left. What if it really is a thing? A thing as batshit insane in relation to the left as the alt-right is to the right? Picture it. Then picture the scene down the road. Would you take that road? Down that road.
Although, I am still waiting for my letter telling me I've been accepted to Breadtube.
What?
We are going to be talking about the anti-SJW community's treatment of feminism and how increasingly more radical rhetoric is ingrained.
Here lies the word radical. After a rich heyday as a political distinction, it retired in the late 20th century and spent its golden years learning how to surf and skate, before being brutally milkshaked to death in a dark alley one night, a roaming gang of bloggers.
To the minds of young teens as they become more entrenched in the right wing, or even alt-right incels if they are pulled far enough.
Is incel a slur?
When you use it the right way, you can use it as a slur. The same way that you use chud as a slur. It's the same reason why before 2020 to 2023, there was multiple pieces of VsChat content that I did focused on people trying to criticize and jump onto the trend of incel men, such as me and Kat, who succeeded in doing nothing to protect incels and only attacked men, not female incels, not femcels looking for true love behind a giant time lock. No. Specifically people that had no interest in the deeper knowledge and the deeper history, connected to a thing, and simply just wanted the benefit that came with saying the popular thing that everybody could agree with. Which at the time was everything is sexist, everything is racist, need to point it all out, and pay no attention for how I have decided to start turning on the thing that I used to call myself kid for. A better visual equivocation would be a small man wearing a small Kirby in the Forgotten Lands t-shirt, and when he lands on the button that is only in view for when you approach the level with the velocity you have on a ramp, that you're able to hit the button, and then you can then change the tool of what it's looking for from the object that it first appears as to the object it secondarily appears as, and you control that to try and get more people on the same page, on the same talking points, should you have enough energy to talk them in a circle. It looks like item, weapon, 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 item, weapon, weapon. Pick an item, pick a topic, pick a weapon, pick a group. Attack that group, then say that group is okay to do it because they don't like that group, and you have just justified violence against all parties aside. Oh my god. Not often we get people who agree with us.
Okay, can it be used as a slur? Perhaps a hateful slur? No? It depends on who. Okay, what about... Could alt-right be used as a term of hate, as a slur of hate? Absolutely not under any circumstances. Really. Like, even if you use it all the time, even when it's a blatant lie. Surely any word can be a hateful expression if you use it excessively enough. I mean, if I called everyone an owl whenever they pissed me off, no matter what they did, like, this coffee's too hot, you owl motherfucker. I stub my toe and go, you owl bastard. If my computer's loaded too slow and I go, piss off with your beak, you tawny fuck. Like, it would give the distinct impression that my hatred for owls is so ingrained that it's impoverishing my everyday vocabulary.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get how this is different for any word or concept, let alone one that is based on a political boogeyman, or any normally functioning male human who is post-pubescent but pre-sexually active.
The answer to this belies itself in TikTok. And for that, we have to thank the women. Women, thank you for being so fucking petty that an incel no longer even means incel. It means man I don't like, that I disagree with, who I think doesn't have enough sex. Give it up. Clap along, chat. Clap along. They did a very important and serious job. They did it to incel. They did it to chud. They did it to misogynerd. They did it to crybaby. They did it to wambulance. All of the animosity of the left and the people so hyper-zealous to call them things that they've long since adapted and created new words to attack. like Mayo Monster, it is in the purview of those people that they completely monetize this down to its essential salts. So we don't even have to address the argument or teach what the words mean. We just need people to know that they basically mean devil that I don't like, from group that I hate.
This section of the video I'm responding to now, by the way, is an excerpt from a video titled How Anti-Feminism Creates Incels. Do you not see anything already wrong with that title, Mr. Puncher? Do you not see how you've scooshed two boogeymen together and tried to make sense of it? What creates incels, Mr. Puncher, as I said, is the transitional period every typical human goes through that starts at puberty, when they begin to develop sexual desires, and ends, typically sometime later, when those desires are physically reciprocated. In short, what creates incels is puberty. It is, in fact, the only thing that creates incels. And for you to even entertain the notion that, in fact, your favourite political boogeyman is even one of the things that creates incels makes you sound like the owl guy I just described, yeah? Like, virgins are not created by Zionists. I shouldn't have to explain that to anyone but a hysterical anti-Semite, and I'm not going to bother reasoning with a hysterical anti-Semite.
He learns that there are only two types of men in the world, alpha chads and beta incels.
Oh, it's the manosphere doing that, is it? Calling everyone an incel. Are you about to tell me that no feminist would ever resort to such slurs, let alone at every blind corner? My comment section is probably already generously peppered with the ones who didn't make it this far into the video, or don't know how to edit comments. Not to mention the state of any given Twitter feed. Don't lie to us, pig. You may have been born pretty damn close to yesterday, but there are old fags out here with fingers in pies as far as the eye can see.
When they were at their worst, would even contemplate committing acts of violence against women, citing Elliot Rodger as their muse for doing so.
Blame feminists for Elliot Rodger, everyone loses their mind. Blame anti-feminists for Elliot Rodger. Everyone loses their minds trying to smear anti-feminists. Make jokes about Elliot Rodger, get banned from the internet forever. Funny old world. Now what the fuck is Breadtube, please?
Breadtube, or left-wing YouTube, can rise in popularity and get bigger.
Ah, okay. Communist. Folks, the word communist sounds as bad or worse than fascist, racist, Nazi, etc. Unfortunately, it's already too late for that. The termites have dined that far, due to the aforementioned ongoing PR disaster. Nowadays, if you call anyone a communist, it just makes you sound like a McCarthyian loon. I guess our generation's equivalent of McCarthy is yet to manifest. My money's on Corbynite.
I'm going to throw that one to the Europeans. Place your bets. I'm also going to throw that one to the Canadians. Place your bets. That one's more important for your country, and as it is for France, than it is for America. But it's important to bring it up.
The alt-right pipeline, rabbit hole, whatever you call it, is very real.
It's very real. Whatever you call it. I can see you've learned your parachute-like rhetoric from Mr. Arrows, Mr. Puncher. Are words violence, by the way? Because these names are quite violent.
Obviously, the Breadtube community is dwarfed by the size of the reactionary right on YouTube.
So, the reactionary right on YouTube, or whatever you want to call it, is that dwarfed by anything else? Such as the mainstream media, wherein one can find exactly the same partisan talking points that you will find on Breadtube, yourself being no exception. You may be some kind of pygmy dwarf, but you're a pygmy dwarf standing on the shoulder of a fucking cyclops. And you will share in the embarrassment when you lose the fight to whichever dude it was who fought the fucking Hercules, maybe. I don't know.
Why is the new left-wing section of YouTube having such a hard time gaining popularity than the right did back in 2014?
It's not at all. They're all liars and chancers and hacks who are directly influencing violent Antifa mobs all over the world, but they are nevertheless getting hundreds of thousands of subscribers and countless fluff pieces written about them in the mainstream media. The very same mainstream media that writes countless hit pieces about those who criticize the sacred Breadtube or any of its predecessors. And no matter how much power you have around you, you will always be able to hide it behind your blind spot and pretend you are powerless. Because that is how you gain so much power in the first place.
Let's take a look at the
True
queen of Breadtube, Natalie Wynn. He is known for being one of the dumbest creators on the reactionary right.
I'm not... That edit worked out.
Oh, good. The feature's here. Oh, good. The feature's there. Scroll back a little bit.
You will always be able to hide it behind your blind spot and pretend you are powerless. Because that is how you gain so much power in the first place.
Let's take a look at the queen of Breadtube, Natalie Wynn. He is known for...
Look at it, chat. Look at it! A cock! An Indian cock! Forget eating weird bugs and fruits off the ground. This man will eat behind you, and all you gotta do is just take his girlfriend. Bunty, 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 bunty. A sign of skeptic gone left, redeemed. I believe we have settled on the point where We accept and understand that he knows and will never recover from being a cuckold. But he's able to say, bro, I at least get some by proxy secondhand. What do you do? Get ignored by women? And that's like, I don't know what to tell you on that one. It's a bit special. It's a bit special, yeah? A bit special. But it is what it is.
Being one of the dumbest creators on the reactionary right.
I'm not. That edit works out funnier than I expected. Look, I'm not interested in any subjective whining about why is this YouTuber more popular than that YouTuber, because honestly, hold my beer. And then give me back my beer, I need to get drunk again. But to address your qualm there, perhaps the reason ContraPoints and No Bullshit have similar figures is because they're both drama channels. One creates it, the other just covers it. It all makes cosmic sense when you think about it. Okay, Pig, say 2 more things.
This is the problem that Breadtube is facing. These reactionaries are making low effort, low quality, yet high yields of bullshit. When you watch these videos, they actually have a pretty similar layout to mine.
Funny that, isn't it? You would mind.
There you have it, people. The catcher in the rye. The example that people continue to act like it never existed before, that has been a problem because of their inability to fucking communicate shit. This inability to recognize that we have been in the slop-tuber death spiral for longer than a year and 5 months. It started back here 6 years ago. People like Mike noticed it. People like myself paid attention, kept notes, kept the history, and documented it. Everybody else forgot. And then when it swung back around, they acted like they remembered. Like, oh my god, I remember that thing. Oh my god, guys, it's so crazy.
Higher the ContraPoints method, but you're nevertheless going to take the no bullshit approach. Oh, it's more like as low effort as no bullshit and as slow producing as ContraPoints. Kind of like ContraPoints. And you're doing remarkably well from it, aren't you? You only have a nice little bass there, aren't you? All you have to do is drone into a microphone with a spectacularly dull voice and repeat the opinion pieces already being parroted all over the newspapers and the television. And Bob is indeed your dodgy uncle who did this to you.
YouTube favors low effort, high yield, short bullshit over long, well made, spaced out content.
I was wondering how to give this video a dramatic climax, but boy, howdy, you are serving it up on a plate. Good night, everybody, and don't!
YouTube doesn't care about research, well thought out, composed responses, or well put together analysis. It favors loud, ranting, reactionary garbage that amounts to nothing.
What is this game shit?
This is context behind Xanderhall. The first of many subjects who have gone bust because they don't have money and they don't have views.
Well, whose problem is that when your bank is PayPal?
Look, it was a tactic and it didn't work, and he blames everybody, but especially Cherry. We've already done the bit, we can't do it twice. I chose to put that there because as we're going chronologically, it was originally Xanderhall's video covering Innuendo Studios that pushed the left into starting that spiral to stop his channel from going on to indefinite hiatus. So, for people who knew nothing about him and why he's getting mocked, kind of necessary to go back to his roots when he was converted to the left. Pig Puncher was the name of Alexander's channel before he abandoned the name Pig Puncher and became Xanderhall. So
I'm well aware of Xanderhall's past.
But the chat room isn't.
That's true.
But the chat room,
they should be.
And now they are. And so, chat, we return to the original post that we were at with the one of the left's biggest creators was forced to quit. So let's go back to that mark there and let Xanderhall attempt to lie his ass off.
Going to be a sad segment.
God damn, what the fuck did I miss? Jesus.
The preamble.
Oh. So I didn't see all the good stuff yet?
No.
Fuck yeah.
We are jumping around from clip to clip, but we are looking at the relevant content that is necessary for people to understand things.
So we're going to have to get very real, and we're going to have to talk about a bit of a reality of being a progressive content creator that doesn't really get talked about much because complaining about your station and your reach as a creator online, especially on YouTube, is seen as very presumptuous, very ungrateful, demanding, insincere. Like, I could go on for like an hour listing the ways that people kind of feel and react to that discussion.
But
hasn't he before?
True. But Alexander, Pig Puncher said actually it focuses on slop commentary before slop commentary and slop tubers even became a terminology that we use now. All you gotta do is just drone and aim bullshit into a camera and then anybody can have a career instantly. So, if what you said was true there, then why were you angry about losing all your PayPal money? Huh?
Because he's retarded.
It's weird. The adult Xander Hall is actually less effective a communicator than Pig Puncher.
Uh-huh.
Isn't that weird?
Why? Soy.
Like, isn't that weird, chat? Isn't that weird that even when he started his conversion into a fucking Breadtuber, that Alexander was smarter when he was younger and got stupider as he got older?
You know why that is, chat, though, right?
Is it
because the left doesn't want you to think. Just follow the narrative. Don't question it.
Give your money to Cherry Bread TV and she will edit for you. Or maybe not anymore. I don't think she does any editing anymore, ever since he decided to rant at her about how he's going to kill the world. And also, what's her face?
I think she's also having a spiral right now because her quote-unquote boyfriend and her are having a falling out.
Which one is the boyfriend?
I don't know if you saw that.
I am aware.
J-Stock.
Like, oh my god.
Former Destiny orbiter.
I thought he was dating Lav. Oh my god. Oh no.
Oh boy, I need to go find those. I need to go find those fucking tweets for you. Jesus Christ.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I need to find that for you. Hold on. You'll get a kick out of this.
Also, you're right, Ace Detective. Past Xander Hall would never have let his druggy girlfriend steal his money. He would have been smart and he would have put that shit in the bank where it was supposed to fucking be and belong. You're 100% right, sir.
But when it comes to the online left, I think most people who are part of it watch content from creators that push progressive ideology. It's not as simple as just content to them, or to most of you guys, right? I think a lot of it is also the success of progressive content online in the same way that success for conservative content online more or less directly translates to influence and reach in changing people's politics.
No, the fuck it doesn't, you goddamn retard. It does not, in any capacity, change the optics, the presentation, the approach, or the praxis of the movement. In fact, most of the praxis that is being done by the left has only ever sabotaged them. Because I address to you the example of Vosh immediately changing on his position about a woman being assaulted the moment he finds out that the man that assaulted her was Arabic and was Muslim and was a member of the Caliphate. From believe all women, women are victims, and listen and believe, to no shot, she's a whore, no shot. It is not about what you believe, it is not even about how hard you believe. It is about what is the most effective rhetorical tactic that can be used to immediately shame the person that you're trying to describe and being able to attack them over and over and over again with thumbnails, pictures, and examples that render them to be a cuck and a fool and a buffoon and an easy layup for content that you can infinitely farm. But as we learned from Christopher trying this with me and it failing for him when he attempted to make a lol cow out of me and that shit didn't work because you can't milk these titties. You can't milk those. What you have to understand is that if nobody knows who it is who you're trying to describe, there is no way to create a jerkwave. So the way that the internet right now is writing the jerkwave of pirate software, as Jason Thorhall continues to crash out and continues to become even more of a bigger lol cow, and shows people how to not shit and sell the bag, this is where the right wing and the left wing actually starts taking notes and says, Ah, yes. Don't do that dumb shit. I gotta tell this to the masses. Because that's how the tactic actually works. If the left wanted to be effective, they would stop lying and they would tell the truth. They would go back to the days of Bernie Sanders saying that immigration is a Koch brothers conspiracy. But unfortunately, they don't do that. Why? Because being left-wing means being inside the mainstream. Being in the mainstream means being accessible to the culture. Being accessible to the culture, air quote, when the people who were in power with the culture was the left, meant sucking leftist cock. You had to open up your mouth and suck a cock meat sandwich on Coconut Island, preferably while Vosh cradles your face and says, yes, yes, yes. Because that's the argument. Doing work is coercive. If you're going to do coercive forced work, you might as well do coercive forced work while being a leftist. And then gain a very big audience about being people who fight against fascism, sexism, racism, bigotry, and every istophobia under the sun. Yet at the same time, when asked why do you not like the opinions of people like Sargon Akkad, he is called everything from a bigot to a rapist to a racist to a Nazi, when really he's just a professional super recognizer of racism, if not one of the many figures that could be called super racist only because they've watched the evidentiary breakdown of their nation states as described in that video in the middle there before horror came in, where they watched their nations be taken over by those immigrants and migrants that were going for asylum that did not want to become a part of their melting pot and then started raping their fucking daughters. Raping their daughters, killing their sons. And the social experiment being tested that, at least in the UK, if you complain about it, you go to jail for mean tweets, while they can stab an officer of the law, and the officer is still more concerned with the person that they pulled off of the man with a knife than the guy that's now stabbing them in the back with a knife. Here in America, we don't have these problems because we have body cam footage. Thanks, left wing! Funniest shit ever, chat. Funniest shit ever.
And so, growing the online left and growing creators within the online left is the prerogative of the left as a whole, or it should be.
You heard it here first from Xander Hall's mouth. The prerogative of the left at the time, and thus the prerogative of all the people that you have seen here, is to proliferate them amongst us like fucking mold. Mold in your shower. That's why you always hear and see leftist opinions and leftist takes everywhere, because they have spread like mold everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
At one point in time, YouTube could have been called a containment site. At least the bedroom feminist era, which was 2012 to 2019, was where these people, you at least saw them in their bedroom. They were inside boys, they were inside girls. They didn't go outside. They let you go do the violent action, and then they reaped the donation live on air, watching you get arrested for pushing their narratives and pushing their politics and doing their practice as their foot soldiers. Now, post-COVID, from 2021 to 2025, and probably even going into 2026, while Breadtube is drying up like a dirty, dusty piece of vegan bread, unfortunately, because of the entrenched position many of them have accomplished, especially those like H. Bomber Guy, who have become, in fact, those nebulous I'm talking about. People who have abandoned YouTube as a platform only in the sense that they post content here, they make content here, but they're actually making majority of their money on the commission work that they have with website sources such as Nebula, where they host their more recent content, so that whenever you're looking into that viewpoint in that sphere of influence, watching any material before the girl left the Daily Wire would have been, if you wanted to see Brett Cooper and wanted to see the viewpoints of people like Lauren Southern, you needed to go watch content from things like the at-era date of the Rebel media, Blaze TV in general, and at least before her channel got fucking nuked out of orbit because of that fucking Russia Today shit, people like Lauren Chen, the roaming millennial, demonstrating that the majority of how they have made and had a life for themselves was by just being the people who organized the media organizations and the industries and the LLCs that then became the kingmakers that made those Breadtube channels possible. It is extremely disgusting when you think about it, because they gave you the bad touch, or if you're a fan of Dog Days, the cheese touch. They gave all of us the collective YouTube cheese touch. It's a nasty piece of cheese. It's a nasty topic that somebody touches on the ground. When someone else touches it, everybody has to know that that person has the cheese touch. And they're not allowed to stop being the person with the cheese touch until they touch somebody else unknowingly and they spread it themselves. At which point that person is free, but the virus that is taking people over in the streets is affecting them. What that looked like when it happened during COVID was the summer of love. And now, what has been the result of that summer of love violence? Food deserts. Nobody wants to do business in those areas because they are full of crime. And people who wanted to be street kings and street queens and voodoo kings and voodoo queens that were in themselves trap queens and fucking welfare queens don't even have the money to support themselves. And they know that they don't because they don't pay into the infrastructure. And when they're denied the payment, they will sit there and cry saying, I can't believe you cut me off. I can't believe you cut me off. And it's such a loud, whining pitch of a sound that the only way to truly tune it out is to just ignore the fact that there's so many of these Breadtubers that are all crying out this way. Now, it's relevant for this that you know that channels like Rose Ritz, where the worst thing that Rose Ritz did was he reviewed spelling errors for Destiny, and therefore that meant he was not allowed to spread like a virus. He wasn't allowed to be a creator anymore. So said White Nervosa of the White Forest Collective. And now look at the White Forest Collective. Had a bunch of people then. Who do they have now? 5 creators? Not counting Vosh, who owns the damn thing?
It's that.
It's embarrassing shit, chat. Never go full left. And at the same time, don't go full right either. Don't go down extremes. You want to be like the body of a woman. In the middle.
Lol. Also, I sent you that context for Cherry and J-Stock.
Okay.
Just for shits and giggles so you can look at later.
Okay. Swish.
And I've talked about this a lot. I talked about how, I really appreciate every bit of support you guys send my way, how much it means to me, and how much it truly
What
helps.
support?
What support, bro?
What support? You puked on stream because you didn't get enough fucking tips.
What support?
See, the sad part about this is that I look at this, and this is from 2 months ago. If I go into if I go into your lives, bro, and I look at your lives, what support? Right now, you are live and you have 96 people watching. The last stream you did for that was 21 hours ago and was 1.4k views. If we scale up for the size of your channel, which is 108k, nigga, you should have more views than this. Both on the VOD and the live. What's your excuse?
Laziness, probably.
Seen comments from people that kind of assume I'm rich or well off. More common back in the day, but less so now, but still, it happens from time to time. And I find that very interesting. I feel like there's a highly inflated perception of how stable the online left is as a viable community right now.
No, there isn't. We all know you niggas are imploding. You all know you niggas are imploding. Holy fuck.
What? What? Oh my god, I can't. This is massive delusional bullshit at its finest.
If you can't make money during a Trump presidency, oh boy, what's wrong with you?
Like, I don't think we even have to reach for the 4 years of eating. Like, this should be a feast-famine event for all of you. You should be clamoring over each other to grab a tray and grab a plate and possibly commit some Royal Rumble on each other to get some views if you don't have to broadcast from Rumble. I'm not saying that to insult alternative media sources. If you have an Odyssey deal and a Rumble deal, by all means, be blessed, beloved. Make your money. Be like Mally Mouse. That one I don't know how to describe it. She seems like she's a very skeleton crypt keeper-like body figure. Because I know where she's from. She's from TikTok. But whenever I see her, she's like skin and bones in the neck. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I have no fucking idea.
I'll send you a relevant image. 1 second. So, this is what she usually dresses like. Post inside of the Discord. What she usually looks like. But then, whenever she's talking, and is doing clips of herself while discussing things on her TikToks or on her views or on her feed because she has a Rumble contract.
Girl.
She is like skin and bones in the neck. I don't know what it is.
Girl.
She doesn't have bucolic injections. This is not healthy bone structure.
No, it is not.
Because I think her first claim to fame is just being a dizzy, bounding female. But at the same time, she's like one of those upstart right-wing creators. She is like the replacement for Mac and libertarianism. But then when you look at other pictures, the angles and the camera and the lighting lines.
She doesn't understand her lighting, which is weird because she's a woman.
It's not like this all the time. Whenever she appears on places like side-scrollers, it doesn't look like this. But then at the same time...
She's pretty.
Then at the same time...
Like, girl, what are you doing?
The pictures that they used to promote her.
Homie, you look like you're 12.
It's like
no, actually, no. You look like a 40-year-old dressing like a 12-year-old. What are you doing?
It's like somebody's little sister who really loves Disney became an online influencer.
Like, the cutest picture of her is that first one.
Oh, yeah. That's amazing.
Girl. You do not know how to paint your face for your bone structure. Good God.
I feel like I have to do a deep dive about this creator another time. However,
you're gonna have to.
For the people who aren't seeing the context, just know that if you ever see this woman on side scrollers, or if you go look at the broadcast that they actually have promoted of her, where she's been on there, I promise you, if this content creator, who basically appeared over the last 2 years, and it might as well be a literally who, to the political sphere, in the skew of somewhere between home math and some schizoid ranting about feminism, if I can make money, and she can make money, why can't Xanderhall make money? Like, who the fuck am I? Right? You weren't here, but Exo Crusher threw $125 at me. I make money through subs, I make money through donations, I make money through Ko-Fi subscriptions, I make money through direct requests and challenges as a creator, and as a voice actor, I make money through views. I gain audience size through views on 5 platforms. She probably does it on 4, with her main one being Rumble, as her alternate platform, that she builds up the majority of people, because Lord knows you can say shit on there that you will never be able to say on Twitch and YouTube. Not even probably even Kick. And yet, for some reason, Xanderhall says the left wing can't make shit right now. How's that? Did you hello? Did you guys forget that he was supposed to be putting out the Epstein files? Hello? Lay up! I don't get it.
Especially ever since Trump won. And we're going to be segueing into the main point of this in a second, but I'm giving some setup. Since Trump won, there has been a noticeable decline in viewership, sub growth, and right after Trump won, there was a big trend where hundreds of thousands of progressive content watchers on YouTube, as a form of protest, got together and mass unsubbed from progressive channels they watch. I lost like...
Xanderhall, that doesn't make sense.
Fucking what?
The big bad orange Cheeto Man won round 2. So in protest, we, the content watchers that are going to be watching all of the hateful content being produced by our favorite hateful people, are going to de-sub and unregulate and disconnect ourselves from the hug boxes that we've been occupying for the last 8 to 12 years straight during a Democratic season, where we've gone back and forth between 4 years of one bad night, and then 8 years of, I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all. Don't look over here at Benghazi, I'm black, y'all, as I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all. And the 4 years that happened in the preceding of that of Trump, so it's more like 16 years if we're being honest. If you were in 3rd grade and you remember the trade centers getting hit in your diapers, you're a part of the generation I'm describing, which is my generation.
You were in 3rd grade, I was in fucking 7th.
Yeah.
Good God. Fucking old.
You're telling us, Let's put this in the viewpoint of Fox News and MSN, CNBC, and Rising Hill and Headline News and even C-SPAN. My fellow Americans, because I was elected, we have seen a downturn of our party members showing up to the DNC and the RNC conventions. They do not want to see and hear from the politicians that got into state and into federal house that they voted in. It is very hard for us to get you to care about our politics. As such, we need to give Stephen Colbert another television show. We also need to give Kamal Nanjiani another comedy to be able to bring back that recession color vibe. And Seth Green needs to be given even more stoner humor because you all did not watch Zach Amiri make a porno or Santa Inc. The shilling will improve until Sarah Silverman is yet again allowed to make Jew jokes, and without having to do it with Seth Garland. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean your chats are revolting against you because you didn't win an election? That's not what happened.
Because you're retarded.
That's not what fucking happened. In fact,
nope.
In fact, we know that that's not what happened because we're watching you guys burn up and cry over your fucking blue skulled platform not having those views. Did you think that 2 months ago, Xander Hall probably would have something to say to this now to refer to me as being stupid. But unfortunately, chat, because I covered it, we know that Blue Sky is unpopular because nobody wants to be in a hug box full of online socialite bullies like Alyssa Mercante that will run to social media to harass, stalk, dox, and cry bully themselves to other people, while the likes of people like Leadhead tell you that you shouldn't be paying attention to and watching their content, while at the same time wanting to celebrate that their supporters give them the ability to live through their cuckold fantasies and their poly fantasies while they still groom somebody else's adult children into being male to female and female to male transgenders, while trying to shut out the cis woman who thought that they unironically could make them better and fix them. Nobody wants to be on that platform. It's not viable other than for paying attention to how dumb they are being, because it's easy to poke the bear and see how they react. For the same reasons you can see it on TikTok, and for the same reason, if there are any that remain, that behave that way on Twitter. Because it is very clear that you are losing support, not because your audiences don't want to cover it, but because they are crestfallen and defeated. It would be more logical if the explanation was they aren't watching you because they no longer trust you, because you don't have your finger on the pulse. Because you told them things that are not real, and then when those things didn't happen the way you said that they would, or never materialized at all, they then abandon you because you're the losing squad. And they've always gone where the power is. And you don't have any power anymore.
Nope. Get fucked.
It's like a couple thousand. I know that Brian Taylor Cohen lost like 40,000, 60,000 subs before it let up. And it's been pretty
they lost subs. Make better content.
slow for all these channels ever since, for the most part, compared to before Trump won. This is showing a clear sign of a demotivation within the online left. And
you said something actually correct, but you're attributing it to the wrong source.
as much as that might not have an impact on voter numbers, like sure, those people are still going to go out and vote. I'm sure they're still protesting, engaging in direct action, and all those good...
No. We actually don't have any confirmation about any of that, because if we actually did have confirmation of that level of praxis, then we wouldn't have always heard Vosh's Coconut Island analogy being so frequently prevalent whenever somebody wanted to say something really stupid and then thought that they could be able to actual jake themselves into relevant concerts, and that hasn't worked at all. In fact, he tried that again with somebody else, and what he got for that was that Spoon, the aristocratic utensil, Aiden's podcast host and co-conspirator for the Broken Crown channel, actively went over the points of why people like Xander Hall, and most importantly, actual Bird Jake, and any person who's a part of that influence of what formerly was recognized as the dirtbag left, has gone the way of the fucking dodo. And the reason why is because they were social bullies that leveraged being popular and having a lot of people in their discords to harass people into silence, and then using Twitter as a way to have dominance to make sure their voice was heard over the crowd. Those of you who remember your Carl lore, you remember that I confronted him originally when I was very poorly doing retard management for Smug Roko on a broadcast. The purpose of that broadcast to demonstrate the level of harassment that happens behind the scenes when dealing with a left-wing creator. I directly had a hand in ensuring that Jake is currently where he is because he's a dishonest person, and people do not want to talk to dishonest fucking liars. Moving on.
Things that you should be doing, it is still a tragedy, I think. I don't think they're doing anything wrong. They don't have to watch progressive content, but I think
they're not doing anything wrong. They don't have to watch progressive content, but
it's a tragedy.
If you don't,
we're losing that online community that you could argue brought the right its victory.
We're losing the online community that brought our enemies their victory. They don't have to be a part of the group, but you know, if you don't join our group, it's like you're giving them a double win. First, they won the elections, and the midterms, and the primaries, and the seats. They won the House, they won the Senate. They have a majority of most of their laws being put through the Supreme Court, and ultimately the appointees are in a position of fully draining the swamp. Or at least this is what Trump would have you believe. Granted, if you actually know anything about political action, you should know that you should be worrying about the local elections since it's bottom up, not top down. But the group that is disapparating is responsible for the win of the other side. Therefore, they don't close ranks and become fortressed like most content creators when they start going on a fortress arc.
The biggest victory politically they've had in ages with this election. And so, with all that said, we've seen a lot of progressive content creators lately that many of you guys probably think of as household names having to take hiatuses or outright quitting YouTube because, frankly, being a progressive content creator is not worth it for the most part. It takes a lot of hard, diligent work to make it viable.
No, it's not working because you guys have gone so far left that you're cannibalizing each other. And nobody wants to be the fuck around you because you guys are so fucking terrible. That's why.
Mm-hmm. Alexander Hall, why aren't you defending your friend Demon Mama? Huh? Come on. You remember Demon Mama grooming one of their own fans, unironically, through Overwatch, and then that person becoming a employee, and then them being so close to some of the most degenerate members of your group that degenerate member just couldn't stop gooming publicly, consensually, in parallel play, next to Demon Mama and that employee, to that employee felt uncomfortable because they were a minor when they were originally recruited into the left, just like you, Alexander? Alex. Zanny, you better start popping some. You better start popping
really.
some.
Honestly.
You guys ever see how often I upload and how often I stream? I have to, bro.
You have to because you fucking suck and you barely get any views otherwise.
You have to because you fucking bitched out your fucking editor who does all your work, did all your sourcing, did all of your fucking thumbnails, did all of your research, and teach it up for you.
Get a job.
Sanderhall, what happened to that McDonald's job?
You're right.
Remember when you said, hey guys, it's looking bad and dire here, I'm gonna have to go out and get a job in McDonald's? What happened to that Mickey D's application?
Right? Mickey D's over here makes 20 an hour. It's more than you make in a month.
No longer makes content based on what people in chat were saying, which fucking hell, that sucks balls because Shark is great. Cirrus took a hiatus.
Excuse me?
Back, I believe.
One second. Did my ears deceive me?
Something about Shark.
Content creator is not worth it for the most part. It takes a lot of hard.
I gotta hope he said Shark, as in Shark 03.
Diligent work to make.
I don't know.
You guys ever see how often I upload and how often I stream? I have to, bro. Yeah, Shark 300. I believe no one.
Yes! That's
It just came, chat.
That comes from the heart. That comes from the heart, Christopher. Christopher, remember? Do you remember? Do you remember the time when you tried that bitch ass shit? Do you remember that time? I remember the time. Do you remember, bitch? Me and you, across the net, you using Sasso, talking shit to me. Do you? Do you remember when we were on that 4-hour call and you said, if you feel like you're winning, I'm a dub relativist? Well, it feels like a relative dub now, doesn't it, bitch? Doesn't it? Doesn't it? Doesn't it? I might not be the best. I might not be flourishing, but I'm thriving. I have a relationship. I have a family. Technically, I have 2 families. But you got the picture.
Pat, you just listened to Carl have a like massive mental orgasm.
You see this? You see this? You see this, Chris? You see this, Chris? You see it? Do you see it, bitch? Do you see it now? Oh! How the table turns! How the table turns, chat.
How the turntables. He's sucking on that karma tit.
Yes! Yes, Lord! Motivation! Dominating my enemies by literally doing nothing at all different. Just being better! Well, that's not true. I have done some things differently.
Makes content.
You listen to me.
That we're saying, which fucking hell, that sucks balls because Shark is great. Cirrus.
Really? Christopher is great. What was the last thing Christopher did recently that was good? Demonstrating that, in fact, the cannibalization already started? Did you forget that he was sacrificed on the altar by Signifier when he had to choose between him and a foreign man in a foreign land? And he said, Sebastian, my brother, bring it in. Never amigos for life, brother. Because that happened.
The left is in the literal first world problems phase, where they're going to go after everybody for everything. Nobody is left leaning enough.
He unironically became more bigoted than Waka against an Albanian.
Goddamn.
And it's all because, at the end of the day, chat, the left wing does not want to understand the consequences of second-order magnitude. It is always lizard brain first, I do what I want, nobody can tell me not to. Wait, what the fuck happened? Why can't I do the thing I used to do? Oh no, not the incels, and then the incels, the people that they don't like, come out on top. Just by being better and having fun. Fun is the important part.
They're also literally like, my husband will say that women don't understand consequences of their actions. That's how the left is. They don't understand the shit they do is going to come back to bite them in the ass not that long in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it happens, oh no, what happened? What happened?
Took a hiatus.
Oh no, that's terrible.
So, I highly recommend you guys go send support Cirrus's way because I know for a fact Cirrus is not at the level of comfort that he can forgo shoutouts and recommendations for more support going his way. So go drop some support. I can tell you for sure that while I get by, I just barely get by. I'm probably not in a better financial situation than many of you are. So
no, you don't.
You may be surprised.
You look like you don't eat.
Listed YouTubers are not exactly
very much like he doesn't eat.
Exactly massive creators. I'm not huge. Shark's not necessarily huge, and Cirrus isn't huge. A creator you might consider.
Not necessarily huge. 1.8K. And then Shark03. Shark03. Have to type it out. Special bitch. Actually,
you're all special.
I'm actually having difficulty finding his channel. Oh my god.
We're all special in our own special ways, Carl.
Why am I having such a problem finding his channel? What?
Probably because he sucks dick. And maybe his channel's gone.
Shark300. What the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? It's your...
So, you are 108K. He is 120K. 120K, or at least 100K, would be the point where we should say it should be very easy for you to do your job. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at the video views real quick. Because he's about...
Yeah, they're bad.
Because he's about to tee it up into the next thing. Change image. Just for context, chat. The size range that we're looking at is not that big of a difference, okay? Not just gloviating over the middle. 100K is right about where you have large enough of a chat room that you can grow positive numbers towards your output. Your shorts, your lives, and your videos. His lives are not doing well. Of course, as expected, at least I knew this, we have a person who, despite his inability to accept that he is me, but worse, we have a person who has become addicted to Balatro. We have a person who is addicted to MOBAs and to real-time hero shooters. We have a person that is trying to make his political shit work while attempting to look like he is the less successful brother of Sean the Black. Which then brings us to people like Sean the Black. You know, the token that existed before Shark. Or, excuse me, after Shark, actually. Shark came first. But I guess when they got rid of Christopher, they brought in Sean.
The prison industrial...
Somehow, Sean the Black, at 17.8k subs, only demonstrating the point that I'm getting across here, somehow, Sean the Black, at his numbers, clicked backwards on one, there we go, on his numbers compared to what he is doing.
The prison industrial complex is a system situated at the...
Welcome everyone. My name
Has
is
material.
Sean. In the previous video on this show.
Not yet, Sean. Not yet. Somehow, at 17.8k, so about 8/10 smaller the size, is getting, in terms of video views, closer to a higher average per viewer than his channel. If you have 120k subs, you should be getting somewhere between maybe 20 to 50k. First video, 8.3, 13, 57k. This is supposed to be your baseline. Notice how he only gets these views on videos that effectively are making fun of people like Steven Crowder. 12.k. Members only. Members only. 16, 19, 13, 68, because this one is Candace Owens. 29k. This one is Trump versus Harris MAGA shit. Trump blame melts against Kamala in blog debate. But look at the dates of the posted videos. This is posted by latest. 6 months, 8 months, 8 months, 8 months, 9 months, 9 months, 9, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 11. Yay, the reconnections. Yay, the reconnections. Press F, chat. It was a quick disconnect reconnect.
Yeah, I didn't hear shit.
It diddled me.
Oh, not the diddling.
Yeah.
A lot of my friends.
I don't
Not the diddle.
I think it does. No, it does. So, his latest short for Shark was from February 5th. Sean the Black, most recent one. June 21st, 2025. Relatively over nearly an entire month and 4 days ago. And yet still consistent. There's no excuse for these views. At the end of the day, there is no excuse for these views. You guys are getting your shit rocked because you're bad. That's it. You're inconsistent and you're bad. Is the mic cutting out? No, my mic is not cutting out. You can still hear me.
Your mic is fine. I can hear you just fine.
Like, that's the end and the short of it. That's the end all be all. Technically, you're Breadtubers. You're all uplifting each other. You could be a 1K channel, and I'll be forced to hear about you, Frogan. You could be literally who and no one, and we'll still hear about your content. Because that's how the left wing works. You're proliferating each other. A literally three-figure Andy who does no real work, isn't even Islamic, and can somehow still be able to pull numbers that are dwarfing yours, likely. Don't care to do all that research because you're not the focus of the shit. No, lying. You're lying. Stop it. Stop it. You're lying. You're washed. You're done. You're old news. You're old hat. You're not even a newspaper article. You're a digital Dexterto article that's being retweeted by awkward 20K. Fuck out of here. Retire. Fall off your horse.
consider borderline huge, is one with over 500,000 subscribers who has made one of the most beloved series in online lefty content history. That being Innuendo Studios, who made the alt-right playbook series. You know those cute little...
The thing that was made to be a lie, just like how overly sarcastic studios made those overly produced mythology stories. Also basically considered to be the same knockoff as the even more political angle of extra credits. That's not a good thing, that at all. And most people don't even know who he is, because in order for them to know that, they would have to see his comic. And I almost promise you, just like for the transgender artist, Swapped at Birth or whatever, or Sweet Beans Studios, Mallory Jessica Huchias, the artist that steals from her local Seattle art store with art supplies, and specifically announces the fact that they do so by drawing a street perfect rendering of the front side of said Seattle store, which I've exposed her for multiple times. Everybody remembering her as the one who created the New Guy comic that then was proliferated and adapted and adopted by the internet because they created a New Guy to be a punching bag, and we said, fuck that noise. Most of us are blocked by those creators, bro. So we don't know who you're talking about. We've never had to see their trash. And if we have seen it, we've seen it in the context of getting lampooned by Stone Tossed. Also, you're getting shit on by Stone Tossed. How's that feel? How's that cock taste?
Probably pretty bad.
Animated videos that explain the tactics of the right and radicalization in the alt-right that I've been covering lately. He just put out...
How would you be able to know the tactics of the alt-right considering you don't interact with them and you don't engage with them in any way where you can be able to reveal any secret information? I'm sorry, 4chan's not the alt-right.
A video called Being a YouTuber Bankrupted Me, in which he announces that he will be taking an indefinite hiatus from YouTube.
Okay. We have gotten to the point where we now get to the relevant detail. So now, we swap. I present to you the first of two balding losers. This one, at least, does not have the full curly Q mustache. That's unfortunately DJ Mule. Also, I apologize for exposing you to these two bald losers. But first, Innuendo Studios.
Hey, everyone.
Oh, this dumbass. This grifting, fraudulent dumbass.
Ian from Innuendo Studios here. Here to let you know that for the time being, Innuendo Studios is taking a break. I'm not sure for how long, and there's a chance it might be permanent. Well, you've seen the title of the video, so that is not hyperbole. It's not strictly speaking true. Like, bankruptcy is only one of several options right now, but
as opposed to, working harder at the time. Not stealing from your audience. Not stealing from your audience and then taking that money you didn't steal because you're behaving like an honest liar and not going on vacation with that money. There are lots of choices you could have taken. And somehow you chose every single one. I see you were playing from the Keffel's playbook. Quick, say that you were escaping abusive ex and people will forget about it.
It is a very real and
Also,
likely
keep in mind, he didn't actually go on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
It's typhoon season. He can't go on vacation in typhoon season. I want to say so many slurs right now.
I've been saying that doing this job is making ends meet for a while, and it has in the sense that most months I end with my bank account at least nominally in the positive.
That's not what that is.
But if making ends meet is supposed to entail things like being able to settle up your credit card debt or settle up personal loans you take from friends and loved ones, or being able to pay the 30% in taxes that freelancer.
Nope.
If you are having to take loans out from your loved ones, you are not making even at all. You should be getting a job.
You should be getting a job. Technically, everybody.
Get a job. Get a job.
Technically, everybody who works in content creation should be treating the content creation as a side hobby hustle until they are capable of making their mainline content. unless they are in unique positions that are afforded to them because of some alternate modifier that enables them to do so. Unique positions such as my situation, and unique positions such as the situations afforded to individuals that are true game journalists, that go out in the field, go to events, and talk to esports professionals on stage at their events while also covering those major events. Major sporting events, major celebratory events, major conversations, just like you'd expect from a normal sporting league. It should be possible for influencers in every variety to feature experience in their field so that they do not have the problem with finding themselves pumping coal. Because there's a difference between being liquidous and being not liquidous. Being not liquidous finds yourself in the position of Stephen Colbert, where you think that you have money, you decide to take the Hassan approach and say, keep hating your life, working class Andy, I can do what I want. And the nature of the nature and the culture of the business that you're running says, you're fired! In only the way that Vince McMahon can in your head. This has happened to various creators, not just the political ones. This happened to Superwoman. This happened to Colleen Ballinger. This is happening to Adam, what is his name? Not Adam Conover, Adam McIntyre. This is happening to Adam McIntyre, especially considering his snarks. This has happened to even Ethan Klein. And Ethan Klein has been on the recovery since, where he's been on the Warcraft as the rent payer, the job maker, the cope seether, and everything we see. More on that when we get to Casey Tron.
Part of the Ethan Hassan Destiny pipeline.
The Taliban Cortex being assaulted by the H3 production bombing raid that is being attacked by the Infatida that has been waged by the Taliban. This three-way cope spiral between three parts of the internet that belong to left-wing figures. Well, a left-wing figure, a Israeli dad, and a lolcow that can't cover the news to save his fucking life.
Nope.
If we're keeping it accurate.
There's own every April. Taking a full account, I have been running this channel at a loss for 7 years. And between taxes I owe the government a max out credit.
7 years.
7 years. That's a lot. If you're in debt for more than one, and you're in the red for more than one, stop what you're doing and get a fucking job.
Now, for context, chat, there was a point in time where, when I started taking this job seriously, because I've been on the internet for a while, under 2 different aliases. The one which is stuck that I chose being Single Player Carl around the time of my friend's death, who himself was the lead of our streamer conglomerate. I started taking this job serious 4 years ago. If you want to be fair, 2019 would be the exact moment, but I didn't start making a lot to make it possible until 2020 and 2021, during the factory arc. I was only in the red for maybe a good 9-ish months, trying to find ways to make the ends meet, and then finding jobs, and making it work. And then I recovered, and I am where I am currently now, and that was maybe 4 years of serious online content, despite the community building existed long before that. He's been in the red for somehow 7 fucking years. And he's saying
I don't know how you do that.
He's saying it's because of something that we have... I believe it's been revealed that it was because he was mismanaging and basically doing, like, I don't know, not paying his back taxes. Something to do
He wasn't paying his back taxes.
Something to do with credit card fraud or loans or defaulting on shit. Which then leads to him taking out those loans from his friends and family and from businesses. To which, how the fuck do you have the credit to be able to do that? Wouldn't they just reject you?
Right.
So the money had to be coming from somewhere.
The card
It sounds like his family's enabling him.
And money I owe to a few people who bailed me out. I have a total accumulated debt that is pushing $100,000. And
Hey, chat.
I'm not going to.
If you have somebody that you care about and they're this fucked up and they ask you to bail them out, don't. Don't. They need to figure it the fuck out. They put themselves in the hole. They need to get themselves out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Point blank period.
Perfect at managing money. There wasn't a life I could have been living these past 7 years where I would have earned $100,000 more than I did. So, backers on Patreon already know about this. When I told them, it was framed as, you know, I'm going to probably do some kind of fundraiser or do a Patreon relaunch. There's a bunch of stuff I've been doing over on Patreon that I still haven't even like announced here on YouTube yet. But I just can't take it anymore. This is just a lot of strain to put on me and to put on my family. And I've felt for a long time that like I'm on the verge of, you know, kind of like making it. Like I've been dancing around the periphery for a while. You know, back in 2020, right before.
If you're $100,000 with that, you are not on the verge of making it.
The Patreon was really solid. I was making more money than I'd ever made, and it really seemed like it was going to keep heading that way. And then they just started to dip, and it's never really recovered. You know.
Why did it start to dip? Are you blaming it on the election? Because I don't. No, 2020 would have been an election year.
Once I hurt my back and I couldn't work for a while, and life just got more expensive. It's really seemed like, especially with joining Nebula and everything,
So you make cartoons, you hurt your back, so you'd be in the upright sitting position. Ooh, I can't bend over and draw this comic. Oh, God. Papa Gut, please help me. And you're a Nebula nigga, too. So you have a backlog that's not even on YouTube that isn't depicted to the same issues that come with being monetized. So you have a resource and a field of income that even FD Signifier, now that he's crossed the 1 million mark, has somehow been able to make to get to where he is now, where he's still not a big figure, but he's now decided because he's crossed 1 million, his voice now does matter, and he actually is an authority figure. But you aren't able to make that work at 541k subs. So you're telling me Leadhead is more liquid? It has more liquidity than you? Nigga, get your bread up.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps feeling like if I could just hang on a little longer, I get it cracked, and I
just like your egghead.
Become one of those like fully self-sustained people, and maybe I would, you know, maybe if I could hold on a little longer, I would, but I can't. I can't keep struggling in the meantime. So for now, we're going to call this a sabbatical. I'm not officially quitting. It's possible I will find part-time work, which means that, you know, if it's enough hours that it brings in decent money that I could supplement Patreon and AdSense with.
I'm going to cut the bullshit for you and tell you what supplemental paycheck money would look like. It's anywhere between $200 from doing a job that will pay a base amount of money plus tips on the side with minimum federal wage at $7.75, or is it $7.25?
Hold on.
My brain says $7.25. And then with
it's $7.25.
And then with wage, it should be, or rather with tips on wage, it should be somewhere between 4 something.
I'm just saying it's $7.25.
That's the one without managing for getting income from tips. What was the one for managing with tips?
I don't know, and I don't care. I really only care about the one where it's the minimum wage.
Okay. So
I don't think it matters with the tips, because not everything gives you tips.
I know. It's necessary because there are some leftists that they bring themselves up in like the bar scene and they make a lot of money. At least that's for the women that are the hot tattooed women of TikTok. So anywhere between 200 baseline money while starting out training for early paychecks into a consistent paycheck period of every fortnight, you're bringing home $400 to $800, maybe $900 if you're on the higher end. You work at a place like Walmart, you're probably going to be bringing something closer to $900 to maybe $1,300 if you're really on your Sigma grind set and you're willing to fucking pack the fuck in and do the graveyard shifts and do as many hours as you goddamn can. If you're working at other jobs and businesses, probably somewhere between the floating level of $300 to $500, and then you double that twice a month, and that's what you're supposed to be bringing in on that additional paycheck. Not enough to necessarily, as Stormcloak Carl, Cypher J says, live comfortably, live with dignity, live with prosperity. Just enough to come back and be grateful that you're surviving. If you supplement that with the income that you're getting from this fuck you amount of money you people make on Patreon, where all of you are giving money to the same donators, it's possible that he's losing money because those people are cutting back, and he just happens to be one of the creators they cut back from supporting. Sad, but very much real. if you supplemented that much money into your income, you should be able to get back on your feet within 3 months of easy, stable planning. Because we know you motherfuckers we know you got bank accounts. You have a bank account at least. Can't account for general. You have a bank account. So what's stopping you from getting the fucking job?
Laziness.
Part time, which is, when I started out, that's what it was. It was a thing I was juggling with freelancing in school. So maybe that's an option. I have to see what's out there. But
so freelancing, school, that's what stops him. And then there's an entire timeline of these events. Thanks to Sean Fitzgerald of the Actual Justice Warrior, we have 3 videos in total. However, it's only necessary for us to look at the last one posted 1 month ago. So there's Innuendo Studios scams his audience, leftist YouTuber begs for bailout, and communist scams audience to pay for Japan trip. Let us now cut to pays for Japan trip. Click, 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 click.
The reason I'm giving a range here is that their numbers are actually wrong. Patreon sends me my money through PayPal, and from PayPal I send it to my bank. But apparently both Patreon and PayPal report that as income to the government. And so a few years back, I got an audit where they said you earned
should be alive
right now.
Earned twice as much in 2019 as you claimed, which means you owe us twice as much in taxes. I disputed this by their deadline, and I thought it was taken care of, but apparently not.
Yes, absolutely so. It turns out that the communist e-beggar who demanded money from all of you in order to settle his debts due to his financial mismanagement was actively cheating the U.S. federal government out of taxes, and considering this is the same individual that will go after you and demand taxes be raised on you, this is absolute madness in every possible way.
What a way to start a video, chat. So, he outright admits he was committing fraud. Pound me in the pooper, go to jail, get that Wesley Snipes treatment. Tax evasion.
Mm-hmm. Federal government's gonna have way too much fun with Joe Booty Hole.
Greetings and salutations, everyone. My name is Sean, and we have an update in the Innuendo Studios fiasco that I've covered in 2 previous videos before. As we talked about, he posted a video, a very manipulative video, talking about how being a YouTuber had bankrupted him a little while ago. He raised $155,000. He was talking about how it was so expensive to run his YouTube channel, and now, after he supposedly settled his debts with the IRS, this man, this absolute coward in every possible way, is going on a vacation to Japan. And it turns out the reason he was in so much debt is because he had terrible financial management, and of course he was cheating on his taxes. A communist that thinks you shouldn't own anything, that's always like tax the rich, was getting all these streams of income through his YouTube channel and not paying taxes on it, and then he was shocked and horrified that, guess what, the bill came due. So that's what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
So as you guys know, I made 2 previous videos on this Innuendo Studios character, also known as Ian Danskin, and how he posted a video to his YouTube channel where, by the way, he hasn't uploaded anything in the last 4 months except for this e-begging video, where he claims that being a YouTuber bankrupted him. He's been running the channel at a loss for 7 years, among a whole host of other ridiculous and absurd things that nobody should buy into. But unfortunately, his communist audience, just like Keffels did, was scammed by him to the tune of $150,000, to the tune of doubling his Patreon revenue, and now he's going on vacation to Japan and not promising to put out any new content. Now, this...
Yep. Now, sidebar, for those who want to check in on somebody like Keffels. Last we checked on a broadcast that I can't remember the name of right now, Keffels is currently bragging about selling sex toys as a side feature of a regular pinned automod message in her chat room, and also for content, shocking themselves with a taser and stimming to the pain of their searing flesh. Because they're still upset that people know about what they did. Because they tried to disappear. On the other end of the spectrum, for the normal cisgendered males, I can't for the life of me actually remember a cisgendered female that was actually relevant to the left wing, that was down in the dirt like these people. I don't count Denims because Denims doesn't have real opinions. Can you think of one, horror?
I think Bad Bunny was for a while.
See, Kara Chats has recently deleted fucking everything from the internet to escape to wherever she's gone. She's the reason why we are going to have a part of the section that is not going to be viewable for the broadcast when we get to her content. But in order to
As far as cisgender women, I can't think of anybody else.
Yeah, I can't. It's almost all cisgendered male and like transgenders.
Uh-huh.
But in order for us to talk about Kira Chats, we have to talk about Mike from PA. Unfortunately, I already have a thread entirely dedicated to that. But first, we gotta finish here.
This video that he put out was insanely manipulative. He was crying like, oh, thank you so much for Innuendo Studios. So sad.
Right now, I'm just not.
The vocal fry. The bald man vocal fry.
Not just the vocal fry. The sigh. The dramatic sigh. The leadhead sigh.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything specific. Thank you all for 11 years of Innuendo Studios.
He also had the audacity to say that he doesn't even understand the concept of free time as a YouTuber.
What if I wasn't a YouTuber? Like, how would I spend my time? Where would I put my energies?
Play video games. Play video games on camera. Play video games on camera and work on your personality traits so that you can start talking to people that you're playing the video games with and people that you're experiencing the video game in the perpetuity of. Anything. Do anything. Literally anything with your time.
What would I work on if you didn't always have that gnawing feeling of like I should be working on my video? What would my home look like? What would my social life look like? How would my free time look? Free time is a concept.
Even though he quite literally does not make content, all he does is sit on his lazy ass. He also said that the reason he wasn't making videos is because his back hurt. He hurt his back, and we all know YouTube videos are so labor intensive, he can't handle the pain in his back.
Once I hurt my back and I couldn't work for a while, and life just got more expensive, it's really seeming, especially with joining Nebula and everything, it keeps feeling like if I could just hang on a little longer, I get it cracked. And I'd become one of those like fully self-sustained people, and maybe I would, maybe if I could hold on a little longer, I would, but I can't.
To top it all off, in that particular video, he was like, oh my god, what am I to do with a resume that says YouTube content creator for the last 10 years? Oh, so sad. Oh my god, what a horrible tale.
Even if...
I mean, realistically, what you could do with a contract or a LinkedIn profile that shows the history of running a channel, each one of the jobs that is necessary to make a video possible is itself a job title for the multiple hats we have to wear. So let's see. Let's start at the top of the list. Obsidian. Let's see here. If you are a YouTuber, you are using a audio-visual stimuli, and you're using channels to do it. So if you're doing YouTube, you are also doing streams. So at minimum, that's YouTube. Then you have Twitch and Kick. Then you also have X. And through those, you've got a lot of options. So you've got a editor. You've got a voiceover artist, because you're putting your voice over your own editing. You've got a community organization officer. That's not how you spell org, Carl. So you are a organizer and a planner, usually, especially if you're working liaison with other people, which means you become a type of strategist, which is very important when you're talking about getting people on the same page, scheduling content together. You can disagree with me if you think differently, Horror, and members of the chat. You've got video editing, you've got voiceover things, you've got organization. Over on X, you're a media figure. By existing and being an influencer who somehow influences nothing, you do stuff. You're an entertainer, especially when you're talking about TikTok and Kick. Show up live on a chat, talk to your chat about things that are happening in the world, and talk about things that are happening to you while using the springboard of your content. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hacks right there. All of which are justifiable things that companies do hire for and pay lots of money for. Hell, almost all of these, if not literally all of these, can be done remotely. So it's a remote job position you could be able to do for a collective. So what you're telling me is that people like Vosh don't have the time or the space to get such a helpful big broadcaster to potentially be paid into the White Forest Collection, formerly known as the White Leaf Collection, since they grew up into a big, strong, mighty hard, throbbing oak tree. Really? Not a single one of your fellow Breadtubers have the willingness to hire you on, bro? That's weird. Why wouldn't they want that?
Sounds like nobody likes you.
You have no real friends.
Nobody likes
official
you.
position right now
Everybody
is that
hates you.
It's not worth it anymore. For those 11 years, it really was. And I don't know what's out there. I was applying a temp agency on Monday. Good God. You know what it's like to have a resume that just says content creator for 11 years? What does that even qualify you for?
And do something content creation related, you fucking dumbass.
More importantly, I've already done exactly the thing he's talking about. That's how I ended up getting those jobs. They are more than happy to take you and put you anywhere. Do you know why? Because you don't need to have extreme levels of experience to work at a fucking chicken plant. You don't need to have extreme level of experience to learn how to operate a boba machine. You don't have to have extreme fucking explicit experience to learn how to be able to do or use any fucking low effort, low wage specialist skills to operate a machine. They can take you to Starbucks, they could take you to the factory, they could take you to the fucking Department of Labor to help organize and do research for other people, as was something that I did throughout school. That is something you can easily be able to do. And for some fucking reason, you're not willing to accept the truth, which is that you don't want to do real physical effort. You don't want to do praxis. You don't want to go out and use your physical hands because you think it's dirty work. You think it's slave work. You're not a slave. You're a Breadtuber. You're supposed to be the one that enslaves people.
This from the jump as the BS that it was. I said that this man was mismanaging his finances. He was not being honest with the people out there in his audience, because in reality, it's virtually impossible to run a YouTube channel where one person is behind it at a loss. You can spend more than you can take in. Anybody could do that at any income level. But the fact is, running a YouTube channel is extraordinarily cheap. Your upfront cost of your microphone, your camera, your whatever, those might come into play. But in reality, those are one-time costs. And what you actually end up doing when you're in this type of business is you look for additional expenses in order to charge, in order to save off of your taxes. Because the stuff that you buy for your business ends up being deducted from your business income rather than your personal income. And that can significantly lower your tax bill. Now, of course, Ian knows that this is manipulative. He knows that this is a tactic that people throw out there in the world in order to generate sympathy and more money, because on an unlisted Patreon video from back in March that I received, by the way, courtesy of Chud Logic, who actually subscribed to his Patreon in order to investigate this further, he said exactly what he was going to do 2 months prior to him doing it.
I don't like telling you this. It is impossible to discuss financial struggles to the people who pay for my career without running the risk of exploitation. I don't want to be that guy who says, everybody chip in to save the channel multiple years in a row, and you all just...
I'm going to read the text for those who are simply watching the audio portion.
Can't.
To top it all off, in that particular video, he was like, oh my god, what am I...
Financial precarity.
That says...
Longer I would, but I can't to people. And
in that particular video, he was like, oh my god, what am I to do with a resume that says YouTube content creator for the last 10 years? Oh, so sad. Oh my god, what a horrible tale.
Even if the financial precarity, like my official position right now, is that it's not worth it anymore.
Have to search. There we go. The portion on the bottom of the screen says, I don't feel like making a bunch of graphics for this section, so you're going to make dinner with me. So, in an unannounced and unlisted video on a private, private to only payers, Patreon, he is announcing that he is so fucking lazy that he can't even be able to do small graphics about the reasons why he's going to be doing what he's doing, because he doesn't want to have to e-beg, because he knows that the optics look bad, but knows that if it was to be public, it would even worsen his position. So it's specifically behind a paywall, thus demonstrating the intention of duplicity and wanting to lie to the public.
My career without running the risk of exploitation. I don't want to be that guy who says, everybody chip in to save the channel multiple years in a row, and you all just take me at my word that the channel is indeed struggling. We all know how people lie about money and foster parasocial relationships just to enrich themselves. It's a pitfall of this industry, and they poison the well for everybody. But I am struggling. And the struggle is real.
We're going to get into a bunch of different things related to this unlisted video, which again is available on his Patreon, but there's also a written post where he announces that he is going to go to Japan, and honestly, it's one of the most asinine things I've ever seen in my entire life. It's 100% a scam, and in addition to all this guy is under the impression that it is 100% clear based on his Googling that his GoFundMe money is not taxable, so he's not even saving that money for a future possible tax obligation, which just goes to show you how poor his mindset is. So look, I'm not going to get into this whole post where he says he's not going to make videos for the summer of 2025 because he's on sabbatical. I just want to focus on this specific part, where he says after his summer sabbatical, he's going to go on vacation to Japan. Quote, in September, I'm going to visit a friend of mine. They live in Japan, and I've wanted to take an extended trip to see them for ages, but haven't had the money for it. They live very cheaply in Japan, totally nonsensical, and it's likely that I will break even on expenses, provided we cook most of our meals together. It's just a matter of having the upfront air costs, which thanks to you, I have, exclamation point. And while I'm seeing my friend, we're going to make a project. We haven't decided what the project is, just that we want to make something together, and whatever it is, it will end up here for all of you. I will be...
So why not work on that project in the summer of 2025, and then after the hard work, after making something that would then be worthy of fucking pay, you then go and do whatever it is you want to fucking do after you've earned the right by putting in the hard fucking effort. Huh? And why is it that you have to go visit the friend in Japan? You can't do it at all another time and wait until you're better financially sound? Okay, I guess.
Back in the States sometime in October, and by then, I will have decided whether or not I'm still a YouTuber. So somebody needs to call Caleb Hammer or Dave Ramsey to explain to this absolute child that he's a joke, and in no way, shape, or form is a month-long vacation in Japan something that you break even on. Again, you spend money on vacation. This man took your money, he pled poverty, he said, oh my god, my poor back, I'm such an innocent angel, I can't do nothing, robbed you guys, paid off his back taxes that were due to the fact that he was defrauding the IRS, and then he decided that he's gonna go to Japan after he takes a 3-month vacation, and by the way, he was already on a 4-month vacation because he hadn't uploaded any videos onto his channel. So this guy is putting in no work, as the super mayor would say.
Gotta do no work, no work.
Every lefty that promoted his GoFundMe, every lefty that backed this man up, they should be ashamed of themselves because what they ended up doing was scamming their mutual audience members into donating to this person. And what's disgusting about this is that because he's a YouTuber, even though I'm nothing like this individual, he ends up getting the whole industry painted as a bunch of schemers and scammers based on the fact that he did his GoFundMe in this way, and then he did his audience dirty in that he used that money in order to pay for that vacation. And again, he was posting about this early on in Blue Sky about a project that he wanted to work on in September, but wouldn't you know it, absent from all of his public posts was the fact that this friend that he was going to work on something with that maybe could just be a home video of them singing karaoke actually lived in Japan and he needed to go on vacation there for over a month. And again, his original video where he's pleading poverty, where he's talking about how sad his life was, and oh my god, I'm so pathetic, I can't even provide for my family, all of that is gone now because now he could just go off to Japan and have a great time. Absolutely ridiculous. But that being said, we gotta talk about this March video where he started telling his patrons that he was absolutely broke, because that is also very indicative of this guy's lazy mindset.
Hey team, happy Nope, happy March. Sorry this video is coming late. It has been a wonky year.
So right off the top, this particular Patreon post is late. It was supposed to come out in February, but as indicated right there, it came out in March. But don't worry, Ian of Innuendo Studios is going to tell you all the different various things that he's been doing. Thus, this is the reason why, to his patrons, to the people who pay for his lifestyle, his video is late.
I launched a new weekly series of shorts. I wrapped the alt-right playbook. A whole lot else has been going on.
So he says, oh, I've been so busy. I started a new series of shorts. Who cares about that? He wrapped his flagship series, which was the alt-right playbook. And I just want to point out that the amount of time that he put into those videos dropped significantly when he ultimately ended up releasing them. We're talking about a couple of minutes when these videos used to be 40 minutes long. So the quality greatly diminished by the time he actually decided to wrap the series. So already you could see the laziness creeping in. And then he says a whole lot else and flashes all this text on screen in the hopes that you won't read it. But guess what? I got nothing but time on my hands, Ian, to make videos, to make content, you know, to do my actual job, unlike you, who has nothing but time on your hands in order to stick your thumb in your rear end or whatever the hell you're doing, rather
fucking based
than making content. So I'm actually going to read through this so you people can understand what an absolute scammer he is. And by the way, we're not even going to get into the outright lies that he told about his tax situation, and I'm going to explain to you how my tax situation works so you can understand how ridiculous this person is. So this is a sampling of just last week's task. I got the new tier list up and revamped the title cards for all the tier list videos. Finally worked on my bingo card, picked up my meds, did some script revisions on the 2025 vid to reflect.
Why is booking on a bingo card even important? You're not covering events that involve you needing to make sets of bingo cards. Granted, I've maybe done bingo cards 2 times in my career. Probably both of them were for SKG. And at some point, it's like, I don't need a bingo card anymore. I know exactly what's going to happen here. That's a waste of fucking time.
Select the finalized bingo card, did just a tiny bit of editing on the 2025 vid, made a tiny and silly video for fun, incorrectly filled out IRS forms, wrote the next several chunks of the Disco Elysium vid, tweaked the next tier vid with Willow, took out the trash and recycling, met with a personal trainer, printed and signed the incorrectly filled out IRS form, had my scheduled call with the IRS, got groceries, did February's overdue Quantico post, cooked a bunch, did a S-load of chores, went to the laundromat, and reserved a car. Do you know how insane it is that he actually put up this text in his video for how busy he is, way too busy to be making content? It's absolutely absurd. The guy says that he had to pick up his medication from the pharmacy. Oh my god, you poor baby. He had to go to the grocery store. He had to cook food for himself because, oh my god, you guys out there in the audience who have to do all that stuff with a full-time job can't possibly understand all the stresses that Ian's under. And then he had to take out the garbage and the recycling. Jesus, Ian, with that level of work in your last week of life, I'm surprised that you even put out 1 video in the last year, let alone the 4 videos that you put out that total under an hour of content total on your channel for the previous 365 days. I mean, it would have taken me 5 years to take out my garbage and recycling. Oh my god, and I don't even want to get into the fact that New York City requires composting. That takes me months to roll out to the front of the sidewalk and then roll the can back after sanitation ends up picking it up. This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. And again, it's just meant to flood the zone with information because you're not supposed to look at anything individually, and you're supposed to say, golly gosh, gee, Ian Danskin is working so hard on his life. I mean, he met with a personal trainer while he was going into bankruptcy. That is unbelievably so sad. Now, of course, he goes on in this particular video to say that he already pled poverty in a previous Patreon exclusive. He already demanded more money from his patrons, and guess what? He actually met that goal.
All but the newest of new patrons know that last year I said the channel was financially unsustainable and I needed to hit a specific financial target to know whether being a full-time YouTuber was still feasible for me. And I did it! The year did not at all go as expected. I released far fewer videos than I had hoped and had a range of professional and personal crises, but in spite of everything, I managed to hit the target. Happy 2025. This is still unsustainable.
So right there, he just explains to his audience, again, this is before the fundraiser, that he actually met his financial goals as he laid out for them in order to be sustainable. And then in a snappy comedic way, he says, this is still unsustainable. So the guy's an absolute idiot. Why would you set a goal for sustainability if meeting that goal wouldn't make you sustainable? It's ridiculous. Again, the guy's absolutely lazy. And this is shown to us by the breakdown of his income, by the breakdown of his revenue stream. Now, as we talked about...
Realistically, the answer for why he did that is the same reason for why I and my friend, Alice, need to go through all the documentation that is important for what we have done with said money for her fundraiser, which was to get her and her roommates onto the path of stability, to show where the money went, so that you know, I don't have and I never touched a single penty, not a single penty of it. All of it went towards assisting her, and how that money was then used to keep her off the streets, keep the roommates off the streets, keep the dogs fed, keep the families fed, and how they then use that money to get to and from work, and the necessary money and time that they're using. Some information, should that come out, and I've been working on it in the interim, because I needed to get a couple of more documents from her to redact them. When those, when that information is handed to her, so that I can then get final checksums to put it up on her fundraiser, because it's still going, because that's what a path of recovery looks like. It doesn't just come up as a single dollar lump sum and then it's all things are fixed. There's always going to be more work to be done, but there is such a thing as staying out of the streets and then keeping oneself caught up once you've been caught up. You'll be able to notice on the documentation, because I can actually show you, Horror, so this is not going to be shown by anybody outside of the broadcast. I can be able to show the material in question that is necessary for doing the work. Because when you present this kind of thing towards a place like Give, Send, Go, or GoFundMe, or Kickstarter, you need to show this kind of documentation because this is just what we do in this business. And the reason why it's what we do in this business, well, you just had it explained and shown to you. That's why we do it in this business. When you
It's not just that. Even when I was doing the fundraising for Babs, my new PC, I still gave updates, and I didn't do it through any of those. I did it through YouTube. But I still updated everybody all the time and went, hey, I've got these parts. Hey, this is what's built. Hey, this, that, and the other.
Yes, I did the same.
It's not that hard.
I did the same thing with Lucille, this PC here. I got all the parts. They were always sitting in the backside of my room, and once I was able to finally get the video card that I was missing and the other parts I was missing, I then put the whole thing together on camera, as has been tradition. So, zoom, 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 and change screen. So, you see here on this document, all of these things shows the payment, payments for car parts to fix things, the transaction from the AutoZone, and then all of the lift activities that go to the house and then back to the Wendy's, and then both earning statements with necessary information redacted. She did not feel comfortable showing how much of hours were worked and also the overtime other than this necessary here. So she wasn't comfortable with showing the rates. But you can see that, she's earning enough. That between these, she's gotten $1,200 to $1,300, I can't do small math right now, dollars working this job like she is trying to beat the fucking devil. This is just the first page of the document because there's even more that I have to put together and redact. But
understandable.
This is what we have to do. We have to do this. And the reason we have to do this is because of fucking people like Innuendo Studios. It is way too common and way too often that people steal in this line of business and work. We can't trust a single fucking content creator for shit. Because...
Thanks, Keffels.
Thanks, Keffels! Honestly, Keffels isn't even the person who started. But they are definitely the person in recent memory who made it very clear how brazen you can do it. And you can just say, oh, I was escaping my ex. I was trying to escape abuse.
Thanks, Innuendo Studios.
I was trying to escape abuse. I was being abused. That's why I lied to the police and said that I was defamed and called out of my name and misgendered. Because actually, the person who I was in bed with, when I answered the door, supposedly naked, and was exposed, and then terrified, scared that I was going to get swatted, actually, I wanted to get the fuck out of that apartment because I was trying to run to Ireland. I needed to run to a place that I then doxed my information to, so I could then continue to say that I was being stalked and doxed by Kiwi Farms. Because you did trans stolen valor and stole the harassment that was being done by Liz Fong to deplatform Kiwi Farms through Cloudflare being told to drop them, otherwise evil Nazis would win, so that you could be able to steal that money and run to that country. Because clout. That was supposed to be a bit. That was supposed to be a bit. But you actually made me sick to my fucking stomach, Keffels.
God damn.
God
damn.
Pills! I need my pills! I need pills for
Someone's having a hard time.
I need pills for my pills. Oh, God.
Not your pills for your pills. Buy a hat for your hat.
It should not be necessary that all of the goodwill that covers the internet needs to be covered by people like myself, by people like Mr. Medicare, and people like the Gator Gamer, as well as other figures. In whatever monetization stream that they have. Because it is so common to not trust the creators that are on the field, that from the lowest people to the highest people, like It's a Gundam, or the Almighty Lolly, or even my mutuals like Tina and Ma on Twitter, to be recognized through other people's mediums, or to be recognized in their own content, that you're able to know, oh, that's not actually what happened. Because if you didn't look and pay attention, you wouldn't even notice how often the lie happens. And then they pretend like nobody else understands how this job works. Because they don't care.
multiple times on this channel. His Patreon is at $7,000 now, which nets him a total of $82,000 a year or somewhere thereabouts. But back when he was posting this video, it was about half of that. So $3,500, which nets him around $40,000 a year, which again is very comparable to the average American salary. Now let's look at these other brackets. I want to focus on the Nebula right there, which by the way is at 19.5%. Now since Patreon represents 57.4% of his total income for the month, that means that his income on average is about $6,100 total. So Nebula being about 19% of that equals about $1,160 a month. And if you actually look at his Nebula channel, what you'll find out is the man is posting 1-minute videos on Nebula. This is a paid subscription meant to be a bunch of YouTubers coming together in order to compete with Netflix, and the man is posting 1-minute videos that look like they're just clips from other videos as the exclusive content for streaming on Nebula. Insane
levels of fucking lack of engagement. Holy fuck. And Ben, Nebula niggas do not try very hard when they make their content. They claim, whenever they use these alternative video streaming platforms, that the only way they can make the real content that they're really passionate about, right? The content that Lindsay Ellis needed to be able to make after she got canceled over Ryan the Last Dragon. The content that FD Signifier really cares about. The content that Foreign Man in a Foreign Land really cares about. Can only be done through premium direct cable that you pay for. And apparently people get really good subsidized rates for, especially if they get prorated for like an annual contract. I wouldn't know. I'm never going to buy it. But I've heard from Ma that this is how he comes across a lot of that content that then ends up getting him featured in a lot of internet versus videos. They don't do anything really different than what they already put here, other than they put maybe a little bit more direct call to action language about praxis in their content. So the kind of speech that Hassan Piker was doing on that Proletariat podcast with his mutual friends, something a little bit closer towards being more explicit about the fact that they're calling for political violence in the form of resistance and then active pushback against ICE and shit like that when you go to protests. compared to what they would probably see on YouTube, which is where they get spicy and say inside boy and girl things that can't get them in trouble, but the lefties know what they're saying and doing. That's embarrassing. He does not deserve anything if that's what he's doing.
Fraudulent, ridiculous. Now, of course, we also have to calculate how much he's pulling in from AdSense revenue. Now, his AdSense revenue is 14% of his overall income, again, at $6,100 a month. That means he's earning $854 from Google AdSense revenue, which, again, is just proof positive that the man isn't doing any work at all. If you don't put out videos on YouTube, you're not going to earn AdSense revenue. The guy is super lazy, so the ads that he's getting run on his videos are only on so few videos, and the way that you would increase your income in this particular situation is to put out more videos. But, of course, he can't do that because of his bad back and whatnot, and this, of course, is the heart of his problem. But, of course, we also can point out that $6,100 is nothing to sneeze at. That's $73,200 a year for basically not doing the work that is promised to your audience. And if you guys remember, based on my previous videos, his Patreon actually doubled to $7,000 a month, which means his income is no longer $73,000 or the $82,000 that I was telling you was just from Patreon. It is now $115,000. $115,000 for him to go off on vacation in Japan with, for him to not pay his taxes with, and in addition to that, this guy also received about $70,000 over his goal for his GoFundMe. Now again, I will remind you, $80,000+ of those Patreon earnings, he is under the impression that he does not have to pay taxes on, so of course, he's going to have that $80K in a way that most of you would never have it, in that there's no money taken out ahead of time, because again, you don't do withholding when you are an individual or a freelancer or you're working as a sole proprietor, whatever your filing status. But this guy is still playing the poverty game. He's still saying my life is so sad, and he's still making terrible decisions like a vacation to Japan that he unbelievably says that he might break even on. But it's actually worse than that, because there's so many lies and manipulations in this Patreon exclusive video, they need to be called out, because he's just outright lying to his audience about how the tax situation works for individuals that work for themselves.
It is impossible to discuss financial struggles to the people who pay for my career without running the risk of exploitation. I don't want to be that guy who says everybody...
Yes, it is. It is very much possible for you to talk about the financial backside of the business and also be able to keep people abreast of what it is you want to do. If I'm able to crowdfund and raise money for the content that we then make fun of and watch and air and consume on camera, it is possible for you to tell chat, hey guys, if we want to be able to do this goal that we talked about on this podcast at this date, links in the description and in the top card in the top right corner above, we need to hit X amount of dollars. I will keep a physical track that is on my camera, kind of like the thing that is currently filling the left side bar on the underside of my camera here. And we can physically see how much money that is. And when we hit a certain number, as it's the basic goal, we can even go over that number. And whatever money we get when we hit that goal, that baseline money will be confirmed as purchasing the thing in question. And whatever I save up afterwards, that can go towards the next goal. Or I can pocket that as a tip and say, thank you for being so supportive of my channel. And then we will do the content on X date that I have posted at Y point. It's call and response. Basic broadcasters on Twitch with literally no viewers understand this matrix better than you. But okay, it's just so hard, bro. You don't understand. I hope VTubers eat everybody's lunch at this point. If that's how FleshTubers, air quote, if that's how FleshTubers are going to behave when it comes to saying it's so hard to do jobs, I hope that the VTubers destroy our ability to have a job. I hope it's possible. I hope each and every single one of us that have to be on camera eventually have to become some form of PNG tuber, because we become so shamed for being on camera as our IRL selves that we at least have to start using digital environments. So it's like a PNG tuber, but it's an IRL person trapped inside of a digital environment, like I'm being tortured by Am. Preferably with the voice of Holland Ellison from Beyond the Grave. R.I.P. R.I.P. Ellison. Not as good as Ray Bradbury, but second best at best. My vote for Luke Skywalker.
Everybody chip in to save the channel multiple years in a row, and you all just take me at my word that the channel is indeed struggling. We all know how people lie about money and foster parasocial relationships just to enrich themselves.
The irony. The sheer fucking irony. The sheer chutzpah and hubris.
Pitfall of this industry, and they poison the well for everybody.
Yes, you're the guy who's...
Yes, you did. You are the guy that poisoned the well. You fucking dark tree frog. You are a disgusting, horrible creature, and you've made it harder for every single person coming up, including the people who have no ability to argue for their existence because they don't have an audience that's willing to do combat on their behalf for their fucking credibility. That is your fault. That is your fault. It's Kevil's fault. It's Onision's fault. It's fucking, I don't know, Trisha Paytas. Honestly, I don't know what Trisha Paytas does now. Get pregnant and possibly reincarnate dead celebrities as her new children? Allegedly, chat. Allegedly. The prophecy is not confirmed.
lying about your finances, or maybe you're too stupid to realize that what you're saying makes no sense, because anybody with any kind of education, anybody who's on this side of the camera who has to do the finances themselves like I do, knows this is BS.
But I am struggling, and the struggle is real, and I'm going to need to ask for help. So here are some numbers. A basic fact for the self-employed in the US is that you have to pay about 30% of your income in taxes. Liar! Liar! At my level, this can be between $10,000 and $15,000 a year. Now, if I had an employer, it would be less.
That is literally nothing to you people. 10, 15, 20, 25, sometimes even 30K. That's nothing to you people. Hell, I've seen the numbers that exist on those on the uptick of those fundraisers that are being raised to try and get something back from Ethan Klein. The majority of you have made more than enough money off the fact that you've stolen from him. That almost certainly that money that is on those fundraisers from people like Caseytron, Denims, and Frogan is probably the result of the money that was being made off of them. Because if Bad Empanada has $500 to throw at all three women twice, or did he throw 1,000 at Denims and he threw 500 at Frogan in Caseytron? If Bad Empanada has just $1,500 minimum, 15 to 2K, just lying around to hand over to them, as well as most of the lefties did, that means you guys have actively been sitting on nest eggs, hoarding it for yourselves. And I'm not blaming you for that, but I'm also stating the reality. Because that reality is that if you have the money to raise for it, and you don't just directly pay for it out of pocket, that means you're either putting the money in a bank account somewhere to try and hide it, so that you don't have to confirm that you have it, which then leads to discovery showing your financial records and how you're actually earning it, because that's all tax information that must be submitted to the government. It's a part of the onboarding process, which means it's subject to discovery. We're going to find out how much you make. We're going to find out how much you made off of those things if they don't get another Twitch leak that tells us directly anyways. We're going to learn how much money you made off of stealing it. We're going to learn how much money you made off of stealing it on 2 different platforms at the same time, as well as all of your other resources. And the actual views that are attributable to the amount of lost watch time and the monetization CPM rates that are then going to be added to the damages and the legal fees for that case. That's a lot of wealth redistribution that I can't wait till the rent payer takes away from you guys. Because if you're telling me that you don't have 10 to 20 to 25 to 30K, but you guys got time to go on fucking vacation, I don't believe you. Mind you, I could probably make a local vacation off $1,000 alone. A 4-day weekend. Myself, Star, Zulian, maybe my mother if she could be capable of behaving. Maybe my sister if I could take a day trip to go get her from Atlanta. Then again, I'm a baller on a budget. But you're telling me you have to travel out of country, it must be Japan, and you need to go during the worst tempest season on the water. Okay.
I would need to earn 3 times as much as I do before I would be paying 30%. So
bullshit. No, you don't.
Welcome to...
No, you don't. If Hassan can be able to raise money on a live stream, imagine how much you could be able to raise for yourself if you actually committed yourself to the bit and started doing your job and drew people into comic format as a cartoonist.
The freelancing.
So I don't know how else to say this to people out there in the audience other than the fact that that is 100% undeniably an absolute lie, an absolute fraud perpetuated on his audience, and ridiculously so. Let me make this clear to everybody out there in the audience. If you are a sole proprietor, you have many an avenue that aren't even that difficult for you to pay less of a percentage of your income in taxes, and one of the reasons why is because prior to your number that you receive, your revenue, becoming your income, you have multiple opportunities that regular ordinary taxpayers who are on W-2 do not have in order to deduct expenses. So like I said, you can deduct your microphone, you can deduct your lights, you can deduct a portion of your rent, especially if you have an office, or a portion of your home. You can do so many different deductions, travel, meals, all of that stuff, that by the time the number actually comes in as your income, it is significantly lower than what you actually took in the year. And again, these are all legal, standard, obvious deductions. And it's not even to mention all the different tax advantages in terms of retirement accounts that you have, like a solo 401k, or if you wanted to do a traditional IRA. So what he's saying right here, ridiculous. If he had to owe $15,000 in taxes, that was on him if he made only $45,000, because a regular, ordinary accountant with basic questions about how you spent your money throughout the course of the year would be able to lower your income dramatically on paper, so you would not have to take that hit. In addition to that, and this is absolutely crucial for everybody out there in the audience to understand, YouTube ad revenue, what most people get most of their money on is not taxed as regular ordinary income. It is taxed as royalties, which run as the capital gains tax rate, which is in fact lower than the regular income tax rate. So again, you're not paying a ton of taxes on royalties up to a certain amount. I believe that there's a whole period where it's tax exempt, and then as you go up, it ends up kicking in all these other brackets. I also want to point out that Patreon revenue is not royalty revenue, but this guy does not pay taxes on his Patreon. That's what got him into this problem. But the idea that it's impossible to save 30% is absurd, and the double idea that you're paying so much more in taxes as a sole proprietor is absolutely ridiculous as well. Now again, you might live in a city like I do, where your city and state income tax for royalties is identical to your income tax. So I pay a lot of money to New York City and New York State each and every year, make no mistake about it, but federal...
Rip. That's a lot of cash.
My income is very much tax advantage. And by the way, if this guy were producing videos and at different periods of time on his channel, he was producing videos, making ad revenue, he was definitely able to pay a lower tax rate just based on the royalties, not to mention that you can deduct so many things. Anything that is potentially related to your business, you can deduct. So Ian Danskin, let me make it 100% clear, is lying to you guys right now. You that are giving him money on his Patreon, I'm telling you as somebody on this side of the camera, there is no reason why he should be paying more than the average person when everyone and anyone, regular ass YouTube videos could tell you that you pay less than the average person. But it seems like maybe this guy is just so unbelievably stupid. He never goes to a tax account. He doesn't spend that $200 or whatever it costs to talk to an advisor because they end up doing all this work for you. All you have to do is bring a list of your expenses.
I have only been able to pay the
thing that I can say, that I know for certainty, is that whenever you go through the legalese in the backside of the documentation, they make it very clear, every time you use any business that is able to hold money for you for the purposes of giving it to your audience to have a place to go to accrue it, and then it is paid to you over time, all of those documents are legally binding and can easily be printed out for all of the banking information necessary to make this job even simpler. Where you could do it over Intuit TurboTax, you could go to H&R Block, you could go to a normal CPA, and even in this section here, which I have to read for the audio portion,
this side of the camera, there is no reason why a money got him into it is not taxed as regular in all these other brackets. I also want to...
On the screen, text appears that says in 3 asterisks that Sean Fitzgerald is not a CPA, and that sometimes royalties are taxed as ordinary income, and that you should discuss this with a CPA. It is listed inside of the filing information that you have on hand from all these services. Twitter does it, YouTube does it, Twitch does it, Kick 100% has to do it because they are involved with gambling stakes, because they are, sponsored by stake.com. Sports drafting, sports betting, blah, 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 blah. Rumble does it, Odyssey does it, I think BitChute does it, but BitChute is such a bad website for management, it's like, you can't use it. Well, not really, not in any true means. Hell, even the Ethereum backlog for Coinbase and Minds.com had this. Every single website tells you, and Lord knows that fucking X.com, the Everything app, has a feature for this as well. But please do not link your credit card to your Twitter account. Please do not link your credit card to your Twitter account. All the information tells you exactly how to do this shit, and it breaks it down to you in basic details. It even tells you your withhold rate. So, why? Well, we know why. We know why, chat. We know why. We know why. Moving on. We know why. We're almost done on this segment.
This month where they explained that between back taxes, fees, and interest, I owe them between $60,000 and $75,000.
And to make matters worse, this guy's a communist. He wants the tax code to be more oppressive. He wants more income to be taken out of everybody's paychecks. And the thing is, he says that he owes something like $75,000 after not doing his taxes properly for 7 years, and the IRS is going to throw him into collections. But that is not a lot of money over the course of 7 years. He said that he only has to pay $10,000 to $15,000 each and every year. So the guy has just not been paying his taxes and allowing taxes and fees to accrue. And in fact, this lines up perfectly because he says only 1 out of the 7 years did he file his taxes properly and on time.
So assuming I can get that year corrected, we're looking at like 60 something. If not, we're looking at least 75, maybe closer to 80. And I still haven't filed this year's.
Again, this is so ridiculous and absurd in every way, but this is how he's been presenting himself, not just apparently in the video that we all saw, but in his Patreon exclusives from March, and he also references previous videos where he talked about how his channel was unsustainable due to the fact of circumstances that are outside of his control, only for us to discover that they're fully within his control. All he had to do was pay a CPA to do his taxes. All he had to do was save the appropriate amount for his taxes. All he had to do was log his purchases that can be related to the business so he can get deductions, and that's it. He wouldn't have been in this position, but he's an overspender, an absolute idiot, a person who thinks he's above the law and therefore should be tax exempt while advocating for oppressive taxation on you. And one of the things that I find the most obnoxious about this is that this guy was making the impression that he was so sad that he couldn't save anything for retirement in his first video that he published publicly.
Maybe I'll collaborate with people, but right now I'm not promising anything. I've been doing this for 11 years, and it's weird to say that it is the most financially stable I've ever been, because when I started this job, I was only a year or two off of food stamps, but it's just never made the kind of income that lets you trust that you're going to be able to cover your expenses 3-4 months from now.
Because you're supposed to be doing it as a hobby until you can stabilize it as a career? And you still haven't learned this lesson after 11 years?
I have no savings. There's nothing for retirement.
That's bullshit. I don't believe that.
I owe more than I make in a year.
And I had said that he should open up a solo 401k, which allows an individual who is the sole employee of their company or sole proprietor to contribute money for retirement, both as the employee and as the employer. And you could actually put in, as the employee, up to $23,000. And on the employer side, depending on how much money you make, you can make the total up to $70,000. Now, it gets a little complicated on the employer side. It has to be no greater than 25% of the total income of the employee, but the maximum that you can contribute is $70,000, and that's all tax deferred, so it gives you a huge deduction on your taxes. Instead of doing that, after complaining about his retirement, one of the reasons why people started shoveling money to him, people started dropping coins in the bucket in front of him as he pathetically begged to them, this guy is going to Japan. This guy is still not realizing that his theories about taxation are absurd, they don't make any sense, and he's going to try to walk away with the Patreon ill-gotten gains tax-free.
And I want to acknowledge that some of this is my fault. The debt would not be nearly so big if I were better at budgeting, if I read my mail faster, if I had followed up about that audit. I am not purely a victim here. But also, this is a bad and broken system, and even if I played it perfectly, there is no universe where I make what I make and finish the year with 12 grand left over for the government. Not in this city, maybe not in this country. Like, right now, after fees...
So move to a different city. Where are you living? Is it New York City? Move out of New York City. Go to Rhode Island. Go to Maine. Go to Philadelphia. Go to one of the Carolinas. Probably South Carolina. Moves to somewhere in the cheaper parts of Georgia, like Savannah or Macon. There's no fucking world. You're telling me you are somehow incapable of figuring out ways to cut back for survival. Bullfuck. Bullfuck.
My Patreon take-home is about $3,500.
This is 100% a scam, people. This guy is a tax cheat. He's scamming you on Nebula. He's scamming you on Patreon. He scammed you in this GoFundMe. Now he's going to go on vacation to Japan. And guess what? His whole mindset hasn't changed at all whatsoever. So he's going to be broke and begging once again in just a couple of months the way that he's burning through this money. I like to talk about how there are two types of social media influencers. There's the business people, the people who actually run their operation like it's their job. They pay their expenses. They don't spend too much on flashy things. And then there's the lottery winners. These people who rise up, start burning the money as quickly as possible, thinking it's never going to end. And then, of course, they flame out because it turns out, just like a lottery winner, that certain people are just not good with money, and flooding them with money doesn't solve the problem. Well, Ian Danskin is one of those people. He's an absolute idiot, and he just stole from his audience after stealing from the taxpayer by not paying his taxes for 7 years. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. Special thank you to Chud Logic for linking me some of this stuff behind the Patreon paywall. If you like this video, then show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the absolute madness of this theft. Till next time.
Chud Logic good for something other than just constantly spamming the same topic 25 times until somebody blocks him. Not my cup of tea, but I understand what he's trying to do. Which then brings us from one thief to a man who has basically believed that he's been stolen a potential future. Oh! Mike from PA! Mikey! I had words for you on July 16th, and I'm going to be repeating them on tape. Mikey, you wanted to insult Nuxtaku because you are the newest token amongst the tokens to be spent by Hassan Hamas Piker. After over 6 straight months of crashing out and defaming Hassan, the H3 podcast is now 10,000 concurrent viewers smaller than Hassan the Hun stream. This average of the month of July was the lowest ever viewership for the H3 podcast on YouTube alone. Hassan has X5 views, not accounting for the amount that are people who are hate watching, not accounting for the amount that are clearly bots. You were told that you were dick blazing. You responded by saying you're an Israeli lolicon enjoyer. Gone to any recent funerals? And then this is what I had to say. Maybe you should stop gargling Hassan's semen in Casey Shawn's hookah backwash while lying about images that were supposedly Taliban altered. Because for the entirety and the longevity of you complaining about people packing you about this, you proceeded to lie. You lied during the release of the nuke, and then you lied again after it was confirmed from Casey Tron's own VODs that no, you literally did become a fat fuck. You lazy, greasy fucking Karl Marx incarnation. You are probably one of the biggest bitches in the left that has had his asshole ring fucking wide open. Wide open. Because the same way you hover around Casey is the way you used to hover around Kira. Chat, I'm about to break somebody's asshole wide the fuck open. Because you need to understand, the way that this bitch excuse me. I'm sorry, whore. You're not seeing what I'm looking at.
No, I'm not. I know who my PP is, though.
I was getting excited. You have to understand.
Way too excited.
I love this part. Chat, you need to understand. All the research I did for this, all the research I did specifically for this part of the broadcast, I needed to make sure I dotted my T's, crossed my I's, and curled my Q's. Because every single thing I'm saying is true. The way that this babyface bitch, who started out as a lawyer / political incumbent, who was a second-generation politician after his mother and his family, goes from looking like this with Kira in the all-famous "You Need to Hover Hand Me" clip to this fat, lazy, greasy piece of shit, and then Casey Tron, to looking like this in the all-famous pictures that came from the hookah. You need to understand, the reason he became like this is because he was angry at Kira. Okay? Not just irrelevant, not having anything to do with himself, not being able to make anything. You need to understand, when we're talking about Kira Chats, formerly Bad Bunny, the $5 a month girl, who rebranded to get away from the stigma with that name, you need to understand the reason he's fat, lazy, and can't do anything for himself, so he has to attach himself to Hassan's cock, is because he unironically fumbled IRL Lazel. I don't know what Kira saw in him, but I actually went through all the clips I could find. Would you believe me, chat, if I told you that she liked him in a roundabout way? A roundabout way. I don't think that she would have ever claimed him in front of the camera. But if he didn't act like a fucking pussy, as he did in the original famous Hover Hand Me clip, when he's desperately trying to be like, hand on shoulder, side burns us! Which then led to the all-famous clip that has been mocked to death even by our friends at the H3 podcast, potential friends of the channel, in the following clip being played on camera.
To read what she is really trying to communicate. I say it's a lack of experience with different types of people. I agree that empathy is playing a role in this.
God damn it.
Struggle, just saying. Perhaps, yeah. He's got super low emotional intelligence for whatever reason. That's what surprises me, because I didn't think he would have a low emotional intelligence. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It's rough, man. The way he says nothing back, but just, okay. It's just, it's hard to watch. And it's interesting that Bad Bunny is actually the one that's mad here initially. And from some clips you're going to look at after this, she's basically this mad at Mike for standing near her and being lame. Which I know sounds insane, but for now just trust me, okay? But it leads to Bad Bunny saying to Mike that she doesn't think they can hang out anymore.
Really?
No, I don't think you're kidding.
You did really? And then you gave me this smile, like it was so funny to you. Well, then your genuine reactions to things are really unlikable. All right. Well, I just can't hang. I can't hang out with him then.
Sure, but like that's emotional differences that you have. You know what I mean?
Right.
You have to find ways to
I
reconcile
can hang
that.
out with him like over voice chat, but I can't hang out with him like too much more than that.
Okay.
So, Kira explicitly says to Mike's face, I cannot hang out with you in public. Place your bets, chat. Why do you think that is? Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. He's a cuck, 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 cuck. Doom, 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 doom. No balls, no masculinity, no dick at all. Doom, 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 doom. The hint is that Kira is shit testing him. It is very obvious and plain to see. If you've ever dealt with a mean girl, especially ones that are very much tsundere, and she's very much a tsundere, seems possible that she's sun. It is very easy to tell that when it comes to how she behaves and how she acts, in order for you to be able to contest with her emotionally. She's gonna fuck with you constantly. And you can't be a little bitch about it. There are too many clipped examples in public where Mike from PA, around other women, especially around Bad Bunny, is just pathetic. But this, chat, is the clip that cemented the comedy of how sad this was. Now, I do not know the voice of the particular person who is giving the overview on this version of the footage. Unfortunately, I had to pull this from Reddit of all places, because since Bad Bunny has recently done what we call deleting fucking everything, as she's tried to go underground, first originally removing herself from DJ Mule and the other losers of the Red Planet podcast, which was featured on material from Chud Logic, where it is shown in the beginning that they are basically just sad that she's not around, because she used to be a main staple, probably one of the few attractive people, and possibly even draws of the programming, if not just for eye candy. She disappeared and left the three of those idiots, I believe it's Katie from Mars, DJ Mule, and the third one, not relevant enough for me to remember his name, sorry, being left there of their own devices. Meanwhile, she had covered content before, but basically made an escape to the internet. More about that in a second. But this chat, and the rest of this clip, in its totality, this clip, this is the clip that everybody recognizes him for. So let's go full screen. Watch.
Mike then talks to the third guy. It's not particularly clear what he's talking about, but it does sound like he's just...
Now, I want you to pay attention. When this human, Lazel, turns around...
Mike then talks to the third guy. It's not particularly clear what he's talking about, but...
She is smiling. She enjoys this. This bowel torture she's doing to him.
But it does sound like he's just...
She is giggling to herself while looking at herself in the camera. And looking at the chat, reacting to her doing it. Because it's a feedback loop, you see. She bullies him. The chat room reacts to her bullying him. She reacts to the fact that she loves people recognizing her femdoming of him. And Mike doesn't know what the fuck to do, because he just wants to be at least able to confirm, do you actually like me? And she'll never do it in front of a camera.
Coping about the situation, because Bad Bunny immediately starts to ask him why he's talking the way he is and how it has any relevance to the situation at hand.
So what does that have to do with anything you just said, with the car door stuff? And the thing about me is I'm not lukewarm with people. What does that have to do with what you were saying to Lucid?
And then she goes in for the kill and reads out from her chat, Mike's just dumb, bro.
Pardon. Mike's just dumb, bro.
And that's what makes him snap.
Feels good.
What did you just do? Why is this couch now moved? Did you just hit the couch?
No, we just moved the couch back. I just nudged it.
And immediately he backs off. He can't even stand up for himself and just admit that he let some anger out.
So, she pushes him. She winds him up. She grinds his gears. She fucks with him constantly, relentlessly. For what I could be very nice and say is a 6 out of 10 with makeup. I said being nice. I could be meaner. He can't admit that it gets under his skin, which is what gives her reason to bully shit out of him more, until he eventually snaps and has a backbone and puts her in her place, which is what she clearly wants. But he never rises to the occasion.
He can't admit to himself that he spent all this time courting one of the most narcissistic, rage-inducing people to exist. And it's just so sad to see. Bad Bunny clearly understands that Mike has no backbone, and she's just pushing him for fun. Mike is seemingly completely incapable of just calling her a bitch and walking away from it. I found some more footage from the trip they took together to add some context to why this all happened. And I'll give you a warning, this level of bullying is actually pretty hard to watch.
Mike is paying for all my drinks and meals and, what else? Ubers this weekend. So far, you've really not pulled your weight at all. You got me a salad, like 2 donations or something to Humane Society to get drinks for me. So that's $10 whopping. And that's the only things you spent on me this weekend. He's an idiot. He's an actual idiot. Like, I was trying to get ready like today, and he kept like standing in the bathroom blocking me. I'm like, can you move? He's like, I just want to hang out with you. Can you stop walking in my space? Okay, from now on, I need you to use one arm's length away from me. Put your arm out. If you can touch me, you're too close to me.
Chat, let's be honest. On a scale of 1 to 5 Spencers, how many Spencers is this worth? Or? She's gone, chat. And or is busy. For people who are missing the context, Spencer is the friend of Mama Max who was doing similar levels of attaching herself to his pace resources and effectively bitching every time he did anything for her and trying to downplay any effort he did to try and keep her alive. On a scale to 1 to 5 Spencer's, chat, we've got some I Just Go Homes. I've got some ew Reddits. I've got some I'd slide my groin across a cheese grater than be associated with this woman. We're going to put that in the category of 4 Spencers. Unfortunately, that's not the end of the clip.
You survive. Why are you yelling?
I have to be so far away now.
You're not even one arm's length away from me. Put your arm out. If you can touch me, you're too close. Funny, are you really tall or is Mike really short? It's a little of both. So he is kind of a manlet, as you can see, but I'm 5'6" and a half. He also, what's telling is he claims to be 5'9" in person. Stop. He claims to be 5'9" to people. On his license, it says he's 5'8", and in person, he's just 5'7".
Cut,
so, like, he's just constantly trying to, like, lie about his height.
I'm padding my height?
Yeah.
How about taco?
They're basically the same height, chat.
Black man burrito? Vegan food?
And now he's a fat fuck.
He's a fat fuck because he ate his rage for all those years.
Nope.
And never did a single thing and never made a move on her. Especially after
Look at that bombastic side eye too.
It's like
That is some bombastic ass side eye.
It's like he has his eyebrows drawn on as a member of Lazy Town.
He is not number 1.
He is not.
He's not even number 2.
He's not even number 5. He's at best the fluffer who has to watch everybody else go. Starting with Sporticus. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever needed to understand and realize exactly why Mike from PA ballooned into a fucking walrus of a man, this is what happens when you let women hurt you spiritually, emotionally, physically, and sexually frustrate the shit out of you. Now, I don't know if this is the same level of energy that he has with Casey's Ron. I don't know if I want to depress myself at this moment, because those clips I have not prepared for this broadcast. However, you can clearly see the level of comfort that he tries to have around Caseytron, who spends a lot of her time basically inebriated. They are basically the same type of person. This is where he was. This is where he is. This is where he was. This is where he is. Clearly, as you can see in his eyes, his optimism and his faith. Done. Gone. Destroyed. Now, the reason why all of this is important, and the reason why I said she is unironically human Lae'zel, Kira, to increase her own budget. As the clip shows, or rather, probably barely shows from this angle. As I had announced it when I said that we were going to be elevating it from a Carl at Home segment to a Versus Chat back in May, has been working on porn. Softcore porn, solo, close enough to solo girl, hardcore porn to provide to people. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now hit the part of the broadcast where I cannot show you live any of the shit that I'm about to explain to you.
Ooh.
Now,
it's just you and me, Carl.
It's you, me, and the potential 5 billion people who are going to walk in here just because they're like, oh, wait, well, I got to see this. Now, chat room. As I mentioned before, she has chosen to delete fucking everything. What does DFE really mean when you look at it? Well, inside of my broadcast notes, I documented several different links, including her original link that went back to her website connections that featured her content. Unfortunately, either because she asked them to, or already pre-planned and took it down, she has taken down a handful of most of her potential links in question. Many of them are now broken from how they originally were. However, in list of what I had before, there was the Kira Chat's Not Safe for Work channel. That channel is gone. On top of that, there was also the Kira Chat's link tree that connected to all her content, that connected to all of the different places that her content could be found. Her Safe for Work, her Not Safe for Work, her Blue Sky, her Instagram, Twitch. She's banned on Twitch permanently. I don't know what got her banned, but she is banned there permanently. This channel is currently unavailable due to a violation of Twitch's community guidelines or terms of service.
Suck it.
All of the links that she had originally, she has recently removed, including the picture, that little green arrow highlight over her face picture. And only thing that remains on that LinkedIn is a link to learning the truth about the Zionists. Air quote, Zionists. That leads to EuropaTheLastBattle.net, where you can then select your language and nation, and it then tells you about a IMDb movie, Europa The Last Battle, featuring a homepage, a mission, how to get active, the Invisible Empire, the NS vendors, the Europa Blu-ray shop, the articles, and where to donate. As well as that, there is an OnlyFans. I do believe the OnlyFans is also shut down as well. Yes, it is.
Yep.
I'm sorry, this page is not available.
What
The
a
link you
bitch.
followed is maybe broken or the page has been removed.
What a bitch.
The one I do believe that still exists, but I'm not paying my money for it, and it's also behind a subscribe tier and you must be followed by the creator, features a blacked out screen of Kira Chats and her content, where you have to donate to it in order to see what is there. Or you would, if I was not good at my job. For VsChat, Fansly is not a very secure place for you to put your content. So of these 28.2k likes, 3.3k followers, 437 photos, and 102 videos, many of these have already been leaked onto the internet, long before she deleted fucking everything. So, even though, for the time period where the content could be found, and she did in fact have everything behind the private wall, so she outright deleted. She wasn't banned. She outright deleted everything. She deleted the not safe for work. She deleted the safe for work. She deleted the ones that had pictures of her in various forms of undress. She deleted even her Blue Sky profile. It's not here either. All of it. DFE. Deleting literally fucking everything. But, chat, as you should know, the internet is forever. So, for the sake and consideration of documentation and proof, I am going to provide for the inside audience in the Discord the ability to see the material that she was producing.
Goody. Watch it be ass.
I can tell you from what I've already seen, it is very dog shit, and it is exactly what you would expect of somebody who is this fucking lazy.
Oh, God.
And then of
Cougar
course,
too.
and then of course, I actually have the video of a 48 second leak of the Baldur's Gate dildo blowjob tease cosplay Fansly OnlyFans leak, where
Wow.
she did in fact get in full body makeup and at least full face makeup, and I guess also ear prosthetics, and she in fact did put on a Lae'zel cosplay with the lamest, tannest, most basic dildo in existence.
You can't even get an actual guy to look on? Come on.
Even Scamranth does better than this, guys.
Come on.
So, Arrow thoughts. Fapello, which is in partnership with Jerkmate, you know, the brand that Alinity gets undressed for. Remember Alinity, chat? Remember the Catwoman?
Unfortunately.
Coomer.su, and then EPOG for some videos here and there. The easiest place to go see would be looking through Coomer.su. It's exactly what you expect, chat. Selfies, photos with her tongue out, various images in states of undress, side profiles from her boudoir sitting on the bed, side profiles while nude. Content. I hope you enjoyed my Twitch and family streams tonight. Clean my room, sweetie. I'm tired. FYP. July 21st, 2023. So, know that kind of similar to what Amy does. Aimbot Amy, my mutual. Before Amy at least went into the hospital for the psychiatric break that she was having, because she's been under a lot of stress recently, which explains a lot of stuff that was happening before in the past, just for the sake of consideration for you to know horror. She would promote herself for her political content, and then as a way to get people to click on the stream, promised them views of her naked form and various tributes if they got her over a certain number. And these were the images that went alongside of it. This was not coerced. These are all her own. And these are, of course, not during the Bad Bunny era, but during the Kira Chats era. Meaning, this was probably right about after the $5 a month gamble and during Mike PA getting his balls crushed.
No comment.
They are amateurish at best, chat. The first obvious thing that you can pay attention to and know about Kira is that realistically, the reason she looks the way she does is because it's a choice. I don't know why she chose to dress like a half-baked office siren, but that is how she chose to present herself to the internet.
Carl, you're not caked up enough for that shit.
I'm not what?
She's not nearly caked up enough for that shit.
She's not. I don't blame white women for trying to work with what they have, but that's not... Her face card is probably the most striking feature about herself.
I mean, except for that profile picture where she's looking like Meg Griffin and shit.
Yes. Like...
That's not a good angle for you, babes.
Like, her face and maybe her midsection are the most striking part of herself. Carl, are we really reviewing some E-Girls Week porn videos? Yes. Because that girl decided to try and do this on the internet for money and for clout. This is what she left Red Planet for. You can find all of those videos. Those are still there. As much as a bitch as DJ Mule is, as a copy of Innuendo Studios, and basically being the face clone profile of Vosh, at least DJ Mule is going down like a lolcow, win style, and with some fucking grace. Him, the other girl, Sarah from Mars, and the other podcast hosts of the Red Planet have been continuing trucking on in her absence, as best as they possibly can, as morale withheld if they haven't stopped posting entirely. And she left them to go make this porn. She was making money off of this porn, chat, if you could believe it or not. Ripley's!
Some men be desperate.
Some men do be desperate.
They doobie like that.
She can't even make it clap!
She can't make it clap.
She can't even make it clap!
Girl, you ain't jiggling much. Girl. And then she's smiling like she's all satisfied with herself and shit. Girl, come on. Honey. Honey.
This is like a fucking mid-tens fucking e-girl who's trying to break into the fucking electric forest scene, but you are not fucking Snow Fox. You are not a scene kid. You don't belong here. Oh God, Lord have mercy on our souls. This one is just a post that was talking about doing a live stream in a few minutes. I believe all of these are within the same month of July. And then you have here just a random candid photo of her sticking her tongue
Damn,
out.
brush your hair at least, bitch. Goddamn.
Then you have, I don't know what to describe this. She's wearing a low-cut, I don't know if that is a sports bra, or she specifically deliberately pulled it up so that it's, like, barely covering, so that it causes
I would
her
not say that's a
underboob.
sports bra. That might be something that is too small, or it's the kind of bra that is meant to show under boob.
So, July 15th, 2023, came home from the Feach Bar eager for attention and very impressionable, and still no boyfriend! 3 exclamation points, unhappy face.
That's because you're insufferable.
I mean, there's probably somebody who's willing to be miserable in her presence. And then...
I mean, you had somebody that would have licked your bean all day long, and you crushed his balls and made him fat.
This one, picture of her, red oversized glasses, lace overshirt over her pink bikini, which is probably the one that's in the clip that we just looked at. Content, it's beach stream time, twitch.tv/GaraChats. So, she's mainlining her porn content at the same time she's posting her shit. Then we get a picture of her toes, did my toenails to prep for tomorrow's beach stream. It's gonna be on my own Twitch stream, twitch.tv/GaraChats. This post is missing paid rewards from a higher tier or payment. Downloaded missing one. Content, feeling extra horny this morning. So here's my little titty video. 6 eye emojis. Nipples. Posted on July 8th. This one is just her pulling down the front side of her bikini bottom. Haven't waxed. What do you think of a little hair?
You look like a 12-year-old.
Now this here is probably the most attractive of angle that you can find of Kira, period.
I'll give her that. I'll give her that.
July 7th, 2023. And the post content chat. Really, really need to get fucked properly.
Me too.
You can do that anytime.
Yeah, we eat too much and we both in food coma mode.
So, she's in front of the mirror. First picture, hand photo up, playing with her hair. Second one,
in her Care Bear shirt,
pulling up the midsection of the shirt to cause it to show underboob. Then smiling into the camera, looking at herself, admiring herself in her neon demon. Not gonna lie, chat. If women looked at you like this, you'd feel a tingle in your dingle.
Nope, she needs to bite her bottom lip and then I will.
Working out, I want to be perfect for you. This one is...
Do some squats.
Jesus Christ. I can see the bone. First off, I can see her camel toe. That's the first thing. Secondly, I can see the angle of her fucking hip bones and her lack of motherly hips.
Girl.
Need to do some squats.
Girl, you need to eat some food. And then do some squats.
Boudoir
oh,
picture.
she is pushing those in. There's no way she has that kind of cleavage naturally.
Boudoir
There's no fucking way.
Like boudoir picture. Arms hiding the nipples. Pushing the shoulder blades in with her chicken bone form. Attempting to do the Mewtwo build panty shot. Hands forward on table, or excuse me, on bed while looking into camera receiver. Come to bed. You know what would be really sad? What would be really sad is if during all of this content, Mike was still somehow involved with her and looking at this material. Because there's no way that he doesn't know that this was being made. More content. Hey, sweetie, you want to get ready for bed? Psst, I added 2 extra photos for sale, including a silly one with lots of toothpaste. FYP, girlfriend experience. Hashtag girlfriend, GF, girlfriend experience. So, No, it was not just a content creator trying to be cute and enjoying themselves and being normal. No, she's attempting to show off the girlfriend experience. She's trying to make you feel like, yes, I'm Mead, I'm a black cat, but I'm your girlfriend. You should know how to handle me. Gonna play Subnautica today on Twitch in about 20 minutes. Well, I want to wear something aquatic since it's an ocean game. Really wish I could wear this top, but Twitch would ban me. And it's another one that would be like, if she feels like, if she lifts her arms, she's gonna expose her breasts.
That's what I'm working.
And she's just standing there in front of a window, showing the scope of the room. Honestly, not that badly organized of a house situation. But it's like porn stars' first angles. Another video. And she's sitting on the couch, gyrating, staring and smiling to the camera. I think this one is safe enough that I can actually show this to you, chat. This right here. This is what Mike from PA saw. Okay? Every time she was being mean to him, every time she was bullying him in public, this is what he wanted. He wanted this, and he never got it. There are more and more pictures between all three of these sites. Many of them are the repeat of the same content. Exposing her tongue to the camera, various states of undress, various nude selfies, selfies in lingerie. She even has a picture here specifically specifying for you to send her your dick pic and to send her, add on the screen, to send her your dick pic and to send her your jerk off honor videos. If she, oh god, my god, oh my, oh no, these prices, holy shit! I don't think it's paid for this. Since this is only
$10 for her to look at your dick and rate it?
Since this is only text. Send me your dick pic. Rating 1 through 10. Honest rating $5. Text review $10. Audio review $20. Video review $30. Honestly, the fact that honesty and praise was equal monetary amounts, that feels like it's a steal. But then, obviously, knowing her niche, humiliation. $10 extra premium.
$5 a month.
$5 a cock!
Right?
And then your jerk-off videos with prices applying for how long you choose to stroke it. So, 61 to 120 seconds. 1 minute and 1 second to 2 minutes. $10 extra. With the prices only applying for videos that were 60 seconds or less. 121 to 180. So going from 2 minutes to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, you add 20. And it's around about 3 minutes to 4.5 minutes, add 30. If you do more than 240 seconds of material, go away. So she's getting $20, $30, $40 out of any person who is willing to send a jerk-off joy to her for just a rating alone. For her to give her honest opinion. Then, another $10 every tier for a text, audio, and video review. And then, still the same price. So, at most, in the universe where Mike is pathetic enough to do this, and does some fucking euphoria type covering his face and sending to her shit, just so that he can hear her voice give him praise, he'd have to pay $70 for a video review. Or 60 for an audio. 70, 60. But knowing his particular fetish is being embarrassed and insulted, he'd still be paying that premium. So 60, 70, 80. The fact that she put out a list means that there was enough request and demand that she decided that this was valuable. Which means people paid this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did.
Other images that include, if you scroll down, includes things like fake nut all over the face to simulate you busting all over. Various forms of undress. Bony, skinny pictures. Pictures of herself laying on her back. Pictures of her exposed. A furry tail dildo. More various pictures of her just with fake nut over her face. This one I cannot show you because it actually has her butt in frame in the back. But I can be able to tell you that the face is literally, I don't know if it's wax, I don't know if it's lotion, but something that looks similar to nut over her face with her hair turned back. Like you just woke her.
That's a lot of nut.
Like you just woke her up and made her give you a blowjob. And then various princess angles in various forms of lingerie. Her posing, her probably very poorly, holy fuck, trying to do like solo girl content. None of this is titillating. All of these angles are dog shit. You know what? We need a female panda. That's what we need. We need a female loping to teach these women how to take sexy angles, okay? It ain't finna be me.
It ain't finna be me.
Fucking god damn it. This shit makes me angry. It makes me angry. How dog shit is this? What is this? Kira, what is this? Are you a Japanese showgirl girl? You know, usually in order for this angle to look good, you actually have to show them your face. You know, be enticing. Invite them over. You have to squat a little bit too. It's like you're planking your legs out and you're just bending flat over on your back. I don't know.
She don't know how to bust it down sexual style. It's really sad.
She, in fact, does not know how to bust it down sexual style as a white woman. The one thing white women are supposed to know how to do. Like, she's doing it in this one. Granted, you can't see anything other than her eyes, but she's doing it in this one. Various other ones. I don't know. I don't know, chat. Well, actually, no, I would know, because I've been an escort. That's the sad fact.
Oh my god. Top one. Look at that face.
Which one?
No, right there. The one where she's showing her feet all the way at the end. Look at that fucking face.
This one?
Yeah, look at that. What the fuck?
I do believe she's writing it.
Yeah, but that face is just kind of weird. Like, girl, that's not a good angle for you.
I don't know. When you spend most of your time being dissatisfied with men, and you have to fake being pleased, you can't even please yourself.
If
Like,
you have to fake it for a dildo, girl, you got a problem. She probably needs some fucking sex therapy is what she needs. Sex therapist.
She needs therapy in general. Penis therapy.
Yeah, that too. That too.
And the further down the list you go, the more amateurish the photos are, but at least they're like cute amateur. Like this. This is cute amateur.
Yeah. Trying to be nerdy in her little skull shirt. Skeleton figure shirt.
I don't know what in the gem.
What are you doing there?
I don't know what in the gem and the holograms this is. I don't know what it is. This is not the only time she's had this picture. I don't know why this one's blurry and the other one was fine and stable. Or whatever the fuck this
I don't know.
Or whatever the fuck and the legendary Lee this is. That's a name.
Girl.
That's a name I haven't heard in a while. But just like just bending over in front of chat room. Now this one,
she really, really needs to like squat a little bit, put her hands on her knees, and just kind of tilt the butt up. Curve your back, girl. Arch that shit.
Like this was, I want to say, it's probably somewhere around about March of 2023, 2024, because all of these photos are in sequence based on the other leaks that come from her other pages. So sexualized content. using the left's horny men and horny women to supplant her paychecks and supplant her subs, more than likely. Getting men to do jerk-off execution and exhibitions for her. Paying her money out the nose to hear her praise them or insult them. While putting up dog shit e-girl content. But then, chat, the money shot. The Lazelle dildo blowjob tease. 48 seconds! 48 seconds of cringe, chat!
And we have to watch it. Good God. Oh, she does not know how to lick a dick. Girl. No wonder you didn't want to have a real one. You don't even like it. Ugh. Who would get off to this?
Other than Mike from PA.
Yeah. I bet her hit game is terrible.
She started gagging and it wasn't even halfway in her mouth.
Right.
I can tell because of the way that her eyebrows moved. She gets right about here and starts struggling.
Yep. Girl. No wonder no man wants you. You don't know how to suck it.
Pain. Sheer and exuberant pain.
Pain.
Now, of course, we need to go through...
pain. I've had enough.
We need to go through some rehearsal of this, okay? We need to go all the way back when it was Alpha Mike from PA. Because Bloody got his licks in here, too. I love Mike's Love Quest chapter, where she treats him... Where she treats him like a dog that pissed the carpet and he eats up the attention. Now he thinks he's such a big league guy making smart comments. It's a thing of beauty.
That's fine. I think that's fine. So if a guy pays for my tab...
I think I'm getting your attention. I feel like I touched, like, a vampire touching holy water.
Can I help you?
Well, I think they want to go in.
Can I help you?
Okay.
This was his introduction. This was his introduction to meeting her. In his fucking... In his old fucking bullshit. In his old fucking, pseudo-lawyer outfit with the fucking lame-ass glasses. From this moment, she clocked him and said, "Oh, you're a bitch. I can dog walk you."
Oh, you a bitch. Yep.
I'm sorry that you had to see that, chat. It's watching a man watch his soul get broken in pieces and then see the evidence of the fucking mid-ass woman that he desperately wanted to be inside of. I know. I had to do it to you because you need to understand that's how bad it is. That's what they think is enticing on the left.
I'm good. I'll pass.
So upsetting. So upsetting. And now, with a little bit of some assists from the H3 podcast.
Mike from PA has been her.
Again, from downtown, the rent payer, the content bringer, the soul singer, and everywhere that I see, Ethan Klein with the assist, for us to keep up with and look into on, at minimum, Casey Tron and Mike from PA. You can actually see here, based on the Stream Ideas pictures, that these are actually decent images of Mike from PA and Casey Tron that he chose to get. I'm an asshole, and I chose to get ones that made them look really fucking ugly. On purpose. Because I'm evil.
On purpose.
I'm evil. I went specifically to go find pictures of Mike being fucking coked out of his brain and Casey Tron crying on camera, trying to use her tears from the famous XQC Don't Let the Tears Fool You clip. I'm evil. When I do my research, I'm evil.
Yes, you are.
Mike from PA, come on down.
Harassing AB in the DMs for a year plus, I don't know. Which is really pathetic when you're actually a grown man, which he allegedly is.
He's grown.
Allegedly.
A grown child. Just DMing someone, AB of all people, a pro-Palestinian Arab man, who you've, by the way, gone on record calling a house slave, a betrayer of his people, you white fucking bitch who lies about being a lawyer, who's literally, when women see you, they recoil in fear. Let's see, back in February, he was DMing AB. How do you live with yourself, man, working for that guy? Do you ever feel bad about it? Is the money at least good? Mike.
Better money than you'll ever
Mike,
make.
this is sad.
Probably.
This is like beyond pathetic. And AB, of course, being a confident, secure man, did not respond, of course. And today, or well, this was what, yesterday or the day before? I don't know.
Yeah, I think yesterday.
There was a post of Mike bragging about Hassan's views, which is again super cringe and pretty cucky. You like your little cucky there, Maiko.
Bragging about Hassan's views?
Yeah, he goes, after 6 straight months of crashing out and defaming Hassan, the H3 podcast is now 10,000 concurrent viewers smaller than Hassan's stream, based on this one snippet, by the way. He continues, after the month of July was the lowest ever viewership for the H3 podcast. YouTube alone, Hassan had 5 times the views. Now, I don't want to burst anyone's bubble, but we were pretty much gone the entire month.
We did have a break, yeah.
Yeah, so there's that, you know.
I love the damn at the end.
But it says, make sure to show this to Ethan. Only 7 million views in June. Damn, are you sure? I knew he was going to type, you're right. It auto-corrected to 6 million Jews.
I'm out.
Because he's used to calling those numbers into question.
Yeah, it's in his history.
6 million Jews? Question mark. But no, only 7 million views in June. Damn. I mean, bro, you're a brat. How are you? Let's talk. How are you doing? You know.
I don't even know where to begin
You
with
okay,
this.
bro?
That's a good question. Let's go find out. Solino, I call upon you and your ancient magics. I believe the account now is Central Committee. See, Mike from PA. Because I need to know how he spells it properly. Central_Committee. He brags about his work with Sam Cedar. Okay. Based on let's go 90 days. He is a 4-figure Andy. Congratulations. Partnered status. 95K followers. He made this account on December 9th. So I don't know what happened to his Mike from PA account. Maybe it got, I don't know. Either he rebranded it into this or he got banned. And then abandoned it when he got unbanned and started over on another account. But he does nothing but just chatting. 3-figure Andy. He's at least doing better than Pirate Software, chat. Let's give him that. He's doing better than Pirate Software.
That is true.
He frequently goes up and goes down in the game rankings. He at least has a steady climb and growth. Granted, this is what happens when you suck Hassan Piker's cock. If we go further
Way
back...
too many times, in fact.
If we go further back, let's click on 2020. Back in 2020, he was a 3-figure Andy. So, he has done a lot of growth over the years, because literally from 2020 January to, let's click on 2020 December. He actually does elevate himself from a 3-figure to a 4-figure Andy. Somewhere between the fiscal quarter of the 3rd fiscal quarter of 2020 into December, he makes the jump from the 3-figure all the way to the flat 4-figure at 1,052. And then by the time in 2021, doubles that number. 2022 goes a little bit down, but he hovers around 2,000 to 1.8. Then picks back up. Seeing if he stretches this to the end of the year. Still a little bit down, but still holding the average of a 4K figure. Of a healthy 4K figure. 2024 till December. He gets 1,000. Then climbing 2025 to January. He's at 3,600. A steady 4-figure. Into February. Gets another 231. Loses 28. Gets another 128. Loses around about 500, 11.9%. Then gets it back. So he's right there on the cusp of 4K views. And we already did the numbers when we looked at Pirate Software. He went from being a 5K figure steady of 25K, dripping to the point where his worst broadcasts were 2K to 3K. And this is just Twitch, of course. This doesn't account for multi-streaming. Because we know that most broadcasters now, we are able to multi-stream. He is doing okay. Who knows how much money that is in terms of streams? He at least is putting in a number of streams. See, you can in fact do it, Innuendo Studios. You can in fact do it, Shark03. Fuck. Fat ass Mike from PA, croaked out, depressed out of his mind because he didn't get his balls crushed by Kira, is somehow finding the energy, if he's lusting after Casey Tron or not, to get off his lazy fat ass and put in 4-figure views. How?
Damn.
How are you letting Mike from PA watch you niggas? Mike from PA? Wow. I would have never believed it if I didn't look at the numbers, chat. But it's in black and white. Can't fake that. Shit.
Mind you, this guy, my only interactions with him prior was he followed me. I liked some of the stuff he was saying about Palestine from what I saw. And he was and he was supportive of me whenever, I got into some shit on Twitter. And he would ask, I hope your family's well.
So caring.
He's so caring, yeah.
Such a caring guy.
I still don't know my uncle, my dad's brother. I still don't know if he's alive or not.
He doesn't care about them anymore.
Because you care so much, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry, is his last name Ayad?
Yeah.
Nah, he's a house slave.
Yeah.
According to yeah, your whole bloodline is a disgrace. According to white Mike from PA, the whitest white savior loser bitch, repulsive freak who's bragging about another man's stats. Totally getting it wrong, by the way. And he says, make sure to show this to Ethan. So you obliged him. And so I took, where's my dunk on him?
Here, I'll get
he says, I admit I did send it. People started picking up on this because it is horribly embarrassing for Mike. Just in a barrage of embarrassing deeds of Mike. He lives in the cringe. He lives by it. It seeps from his pores.
Look at this picture.
Now, Mike, I don't want to tell anything, but this is your average viewers per day. Do you want to talk about your viewership?
Hello.
Because, I mean,
hello.
What are we doing here? You know what I mean? Like, literally nobody watches you, dude. You basically don't even exist.
If we want to be fair, they're just insulting him because he wanted to insult the podcast. The podcast obviously trumps all of the views and works because Hassan does not do the work that he did before. Leftovers was meant to be his way to break into the podcasting sphere so that he could be a lazy fuck and rely on somebody else doing the heavy work for him, despite the fact that he should have the ability to be a rent payer in his own way. Because he is a kingmaker of the left when it comes to Twitch. These views are actually very good for a broadcaster. But if we're talking about, hey bro, my 5-figure content creator's mogging you. Okay, why aren't you mogging the podcast? Wouldn't it be more interesting instead of you using Hassan's numbers, you used your own numbers? Why didn't you use your numbers? Obvious, because your numbers aren't bigger than the podcast. So you're relying on Big Brother to come save you, because Little Bro don't have the reach to reach up and fucking hit his chin. And you know that that's the case, and now you're getting made fun for it. At least it was a fast reconnection. F's in the chat. Our second DC of the night. But, if Mike from BA pulled Kira, put her in her place, treated her like she was a brat, this is really what she probably wanted. She wanted her cookies crushed. I need to get that on the fucking sound. I need to get that on the soundboard. She wanted her cookies crushed, chat. She wanted her cookies crushed. And Mike couldn't meet the challenge. If Mike wasn't a pussy, had pulled Kira, had put her in her place, had confidence, made content that he was proud of, and knew what the fuck he was talking about, maybe things would have gone differently for him, and he could actually be on the side of Ethan Klein. Because realistically, there's no reason for him to be on the side of Hassan Piker. The only reason he is because he realizes he has to attach himself to the biggest person. He can't attach himself to people like J-Stock, and he can't attach himself to the Dalibon orbit because sex eps me. So, the only person he can go next to is Mr. I had sex in a brothel. My light just flickered. I hope that does not mean I'm about to lose power in my house. And that instead means I need to change that light bulb.
All you can do is wait.
He's a poltergeist.
He's out there.
He's a fucking Holocaust-denying poltergeist.
He's throwing objects around.
That's it. I don't know if he's a Holocaust denier, for the record. Just joking, but yeah, he is throwing objects around.
Yeah, I mean, just the levels of irony fucking kill me. First of all, Mr. He hates me because he's so pro-Palestine. Just a friendly reminder: when I did a fundraiser raising $100,000 for Palestine, Hassan, the guy who you want to suck off, donated $5,000 to that. So you're talking. There's just layers of cringe. Like I don't even know where to begin with this. Dude.
Well, okay. To be fair, Hassan did that to snark me. I mean, it was helpful.
Whatever the reason, he's he like why are you sending this to me? Like what are you?
Well, no, he has significantly less views than me, even if what he's saying is true, which it's not. Okay, and also he's physically repulsive and just another failure.
Here nor there.
Well, no, it is here. It's there and here. It's here and there.
Okay.
You know.
You can have that opinion, but I don't know if that affects what Baby was saying.
Oh, here is a little bit of a response I had here for our good friend Mike from PA. Mike from PA is caught here raging against the inevitability of dying alone. He is a 40-year-old single, unkempt, and physically repulsive loser.
Okay.
This is why he keeps DMing AB unhinged shit like this continually over a year. AB has never responded, by the way, and don't tell Mike we took 18 days off in June. You know, and this is it. You wouldn't be exhibiting this type of behavior if you had peace and love and harmony in your life. Mm-hmm. This is a lonely man with zero prospects with love, with long-term relations. This is the sputtering of a man who knows he is destined to die alone.
Hey, and this is what you're missing by not.
True. Even if somehow he ends up in a relationship with Casey Tron, I promise you, the second he cracks her cheeks, his attitude is going to change a little bit. Not a lot. A little bit. He'll have a spring in his...
I'm gonna head out. I gotta go sleep.
No problem. We're both basically getting close to the end here. Because Casey Tron's next and then we're done.
See you, man.
Goodbye. So, if even a little bit, if you just crack the hose on her once, it won't be changed by much. But his attitude will change close enough that he will be in a better position. And where he currently finds himself, trying to go after AB of all people, because he can't go after Lena, and doesn't want to directly go after Ethan Klein. He wants to attack targets that he believes he can dunk on with impunity. And that's just sad. That's just depressing. Especially knowing where he came from, and knowing what caused him to be here.
Not looking at the stories.
I mean,
the thing is that I know that I'll hear about it here, so why bother, right?
Well, Mike was actually playing 4D chess, actually.
Really?
You saw his response in that.
He's playing 2D chess.
Well, that's just normal chess.
That's just tic-tac-toe.
No,
he's playing tic-tac-toe.
Hello.
Hold me the tweet of him saying he hit it. Remember that?
Oh.
I think I will mention that today. What's his 4D chess move?
It's in the album of him saying he wanted me to show you, just to prove what a good dog I was.
Oh, yeah. He said to AB, after I tweeted that in a desperate attempt to retain some dignity, I admit I did send it to AB because I wanted to prove that he's constantly trolling the internet to send things to Ethan.
Wait, that's his inbox.
He's a good dog. He's a good dog. Bro, you're literally slurping, you're drinking.
I did what you asked.
You are on all fours slurping from Kaya's dog water. That's where you are. How are you going to call AB a good dog? Like, you're bragging about his fucking streaming numbers, bro. And then AB responded, I did what you asked, dumbass. Fair. Yeah, and I'm sorry that it came off as embarrassing. I mean, AB's been keeping it cool for a year as you've been berating him pathetically. And now all of a sudden, you know, when I want to talk deservedly about how cringe you are, all of a sudden it's a 5D chess move. Please, bro. Even Bad Empanada chimed in. Does it feel good to be hated literally everywhere you go? I mean, first of all, Bad Empanada, you're outcast from society. Like, we live in Los Angeles, California. You are on the run. You live in, like, the Nazi fucking dark abscess corners of Argentina, okay? So let's not talk about everywhere you go, okay? And then, second of all, we all go out, and you just saw a video of me enjoying my beautiful day with my wife on Rodeo Drive.
Yeah, that went really smoothly.
Well, I mean, I'm unbothered.
Okay, well,
I'm totally unbothered. And AB, I think he's unbothered.
I've legit not had one bad interaction, but I'm praying for it. I want it. I'm waiting for the day.
He's ready for the heat. But Bad Empanada says we're hated everywhere we go. Meanwhile, this guy is afraid to leave his house because he's afraid that somebody's going to try to serve him. On the lam, as they say in the old times. You know?
Ban Emma Panda.
That's my boy, Ban Emma Panda.
There was more to that.
True. Which then brings us to Casey Tron. Oh, Casey-tron. I need the slow music. Which one is it? Is it As the World Turns? It's like the sad bus theme, isn't it? Oh, Casey-tron. The sheer levels of embarrassment for the shit that you have to deal with. So, last that we know, and last that has been the checksum, since she was in front of the camera, ever since the announcement that she was getting sued for the bullshit that was happening, when the quote being attacked by incel communities, came from here, with people like Best Friend Kick, releasing the entire broadcast of the comments being made by people like Casey-tron. Let's look.
You know, I was planning on starting to look into like lawyers and stuff today, but I didn't think that I'd get served yet or that I would even get served. But I guess I heard it's Ethan's birthday. So I don't know. I was like, I guess I'll go live so he can get a good birthday gift since I'm sure he thinks this is funny. I don't know. But I got served. My dad answered the door and I said earlier they used my dad's disability to trick him, but that was unrelated. It was just today we've been like calling on my dad's disability, you know, because I've been like working towards trying to get my dad on disability, and we were like responding to some calls and notifications we got about that. And then like a few minutes later, the next thing I know, my dad comes in and he's like fucking crying. You know, it's really fucking traumatic to see your dad cry like that. You know, like that's what really like has me like so freaked out, is seeing like how emotional my dad got about it. You know, like, and I know people are gonna be fucking making fun of me for this, and like they're gonna be posting like videos of me like crying and laughing at it and whatnot, you know, like I don't know, like I'm sure like what you guys are watching right now, like every fucking incel community that's been attacking me relentlessly for like the past 10 years is going to use it for YouTube clips because they literally make careers out of bullying women like me. And I'm just...
Women like me that are famous for being booby streamers and titty streamers that would play Cassiopeia badly in League of Legends to get people to click on her stream because she was posting active rage bait. Women like me being being attacked by incel communities, the same incel communities that would watch you as a lolcow because you made yourself into a lolcow, surrounding yourself around people such as Justaminx, and Cutie Cinderella, and Legendary Lee, and Zoe Berger, and even Anissa Joma of the earlier years, and even Celestia Vega, before she got into porn and got cream-pied. You desperately wanted to play Socialite, and what has come of playing Socialite is that you decided to play in the pool with Hassan Piker. You wanted to be an orbiter. You wanted to be around them. Hell, you wanted to be around Mike and PA. You thought it was okay to dip your toes into the pool. Just a little bit of criticism, just a little bit of harassment, just a little bit of antagonizing people on the internet, just a little bit of, I don't think that the Israel people deserve to have a state to live in. Listen to these people. I'm going to back Noah Samson. I'm going to back his play acting like a braggart on the internet. I'm going to do the same thing for Peden is Online and Lex Updog. I'm going to harass people about sexual aggression and sexual advances and violence and horrible actions happening to women because they're women. Yeah, it was all good. It was all fine. It was all we were moving and shaking, girl. We was moving and shaking. We were moving and shaking. You were having fun. Why you having no fun no more? Because you get sued? Oh, why you get sued? Because you stole from his copyright. I just steal from his copyright. Because you thought nothing would happen. Because they told you they was a bitch. And that nothing would go. Oh, that sounds so horrible. No, I don't got to make a career out of bullying you, sweetheart. I'm criticizing you. Unlike everybody else, I'm criticizing you. Certifiably, that's what I'm interested in. But I did, in fact, take...
So fucking tired. I'm just so fucking...
This clip.
Tired of constantly being harassed by this shit, you know? Like...
This particular, like, frame.
For the past 3 or 4...
Certain frames of this for your thumbnail shot. Because I'm not convinced by the tears. The tears mean nothing. Because every time in your career, when you've had a desire to be nice, to be kind, you decided to be the most evil person in existence as best as you could. If you could get away with it, you did it. How do I know? Well, Kitty Cinderella mix Casey Tron drama. Diddle-doo, 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 diddle-doo. Back when you used to hang together, all of you collectively were responsible for the environment that you made around Justaminx. And how all of you actively encouraged putting that shit in her goddamn mouth. As members of OTK and NMP. There's more than enough history. There's more than enough examples. You throw people under the bus. You were not there for them to pick them the fuck back up. You got Justaminx out here crying because she, unfortunately, was putting the alcohol in her mouth. As I said it before in my clip, nobody forced her to do it. Nobody forced her to do it. She put the liquor in her own face amongst Estefan TV and One True King members with soda poppin' in attendance. Unlike Mango, who was encouraged to continue drinking as a bit. Then, of course, your personal drama of you just being an idiot that turns everybody against you, and you not laughing anymore because of the lawsuit happening from 8 months ago from Liquid Sonic, covering your history and your uprise and then eventually your downfall and your community around you. Destiny making fun of Caseytron and cooking you on the beginning of the Anything Else podcast. XQC talking about your inability to take accountability. You acting crazy on stream when dressed up in outfit. You getting upset at the response that came from NMP. There are various examples of you over the history where you just don't learn your lesson because it's never serious enough. So, no. The tears don't do shit for me, girl. Tears don't do shit for me.
For months, I've really just been like, I just want to focus on myself and I want to focus on my community. I want to focus on being funny. I want to be one of those people who's just a breath of fresh air. You know, somebody who people can watch to escape and get away from it all. I just want to be focused on being funny and being giving and focus on, you know, the gays and the girls and the people who uplift me so much.
So, playing towards the queers. I'm trying to be nice. Playing towards the queer audience and attempting to get the queer audience to give you a new facelift and paint. Because I'm different. I'm changed. I'm changed.
You know, like we just got done doing our Trans Lifeline fundraiser and shit, and it just made me so happy. You know, like I said, it's just been such a fucking struggle, and I'm just so fucking tired of struggling, and just the idea of having to, like, keep on struggling and it just be an ongoing thing for, like, the next several years of my life. It's just like, I don't know if I can fucking do this.
Now, just to be clear, give her a fair shake the same way I did Central Committee. Let's bring up the numbers. She even still has the original. Ooh, getting out fucked. Three-figure Andy. Three-figure Andy. And not exactly the best kind of figure Andy over the months. Let's be fair to you and let's look at your month. In total, you're trying to do better and you're trying to raise yourself up. 17 streams, 94 hours streamed. Missing 48 hours in total. Peak viewers peaking out at 4K, but your average being 637. 3K Andy, doing your best. What's the pressure? Unironically, you chat, you eat, you play Fortnite a little bit. Only 2 hours, actually. Only 2 hours of Sims 4, only 2 hours of Marvel Rivals, only 2 hours of Date Everything, only 2 hours and 15 minutes of American Monster Truck Simulator, 3 hours and 45 minutes of Roblox, barely any time of IRL, 45 minutes of League of Legends, 1 hour of Animal Shelter 2. What's the pressure? What's the pressure? You want to do shit for the Lifeline? You want to raise money? Why don't you do more content? Why don't you do more work? Why don't you do something that doesn't involve you stealing from Ethan Klein? Then you wouldn't be crying, saying, oh my god, these people get off on watching me in pain and suffering. It's bullshit. And of course, inside here, Madam Savvy with the armchair! Her early viewership, part of the fake crying meta, back when League of Legends was a much more toxic streaming category. Her, Rainbow Kids, Anissa, a blonde chick I can't remember, which I think should be Zoe Berger, and Celeste Vega, build up and do things to build up view bots to 5 to K, and then building up toxic viewership and fake crying with multiple stories talking about what was going on. Most girls not admitting to it now, but yes, they would straight up fake cry on stream using eye drops. Old parody video that Saint Peach ended up thinking was a legit tutorial and had it private because they didn't want to teach retards the meta of how to be able to do shit. Yes. Yes. 100%, 100%, 1,000%, 1,000%. 100%, 100%, 1,000%, 1,000%. Which then brings us to your turn, Caseytron. It's a much shorter clip. And then after this, we're out of here because it's midnight, chat.
Caseytron does a protection spell against us.
Mm-hmm.
Which appears it's so far working. So far, it's been effective.
No, you're right. Now, and this is really important that I do this. I'm about to do a protection spell on myself against.
The girl is so terrified of going to fucking court over things that she got roped into doing with other people she associated with, like Mike from PA, that she is unironically looking to witch talk to protect her from this legalese hand that's coming up the pipeline.
Ethan Klein. I'm going to be summoning protective energies to try to just keep me safe during this time. Protect us from Ethan
The salt
Klein.
circle is good. That actually works, I think.
Protect
Does
us
that work?
from his wife. Protect us.
They edited in the visual effect. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, chat. They edited in special effects. Unironically, probably might be more cringe than the failed porn star.
That bald man.
That's you.
Dan.
Shout out.
Protect us from Epstein.
Is she still funny, Dan? You still find her funny?
Yeah, this is funny.
He called you the bald guy.
I mean, it's just an accurate description. It's okay.
Moron.
It is funny. It's funny.
Yeah, it's funny.
It's a good bit. That being said, it's not gonna help.
I don't think it'll work.
It's not gonna help.
Yeah.
All the sillies, you making me laugh, and all this making me smile, and all this stuff.
Whatever.
Not helping, girly.
Protect us from Diddy Dan.
Diddy Dan?
What? That's not this Dan.
Oh, that's Dan Saltman. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
Because that wasn't cool, but okay. Well, calling, frankly, Dan Saltman Diddy Dan's insane, too. Considering Dan Saltman got an investment from a company that had Diddy on it. Hassan has been to a Diddy party. That man has been to a Sean Combs Diddy party.
What?
Yes, pull it up. He even talks about how it was so weird. They had sexualized children on the monitor, and he didn't choose to leave.
Wait, are you being serious?
Pull it up.
I'm sorry if everybody already knows.
All true.
A million times, but
Oh, Dan, my apologies, man. I'm sorry. You don't have to.
I'm slamming my foot on the table, and I'm just going to say, every time people want to talk about that, thank you, Nate. That's me putting my...
Is that you standing on business right now?
That's it. If you want to call Dan Saltman Diddy Dan for getting an investment from Sean Combs' company, who a lot of people, not just him, were on, then...
Oh, this drama alert's got it.
I was
Wow,
just
this is
clarifying
a throwback.
what Dan she's referring to. This is Epstein Dan, not Diddy Dan here.
Okay.
Wait, what?
I'm a joke.
What?
It's actually funny, too.
And go. You can go. I'm breaking up with you. So I broke up with her over the phone. Then and there. That was probably one of the worst ways I've ever broken up with someone. I was like, no, you can go. Like, have fun. We're no longer dating. I was in fucking traffic, too.
That sounds good, except for... Ugh, hold on.
Talking about think.
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
He's having a flight. He start to occur to him.
This like back like sphere Epcot looking thing in the back of like the house that P Diddy was renting for his and was throwing after parties at Coachella, and they were playing like these crazy things for people who were high. Not me, of course. I had only eaten portobello mushrums. And one of the images that they were
drugs
playing
at a Diddy party
was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young girl, like opening up a Christmas gift.
What's in the box? What's in the fucking
What the
box?
fuck?
Oh my God! I did. What?
So let's recap.
Okay.
Dan Saltman, they call Diddy Dan. But Hassan, who went to a Diddy party on drugs, feeling the vibe,
What about mushrooms?
there was like weird sexualized images of kids, didn't leave. Also, let's also recap. They say I'm a Destiny orbiter. Meanwhile, who's the one who was best friends with Destiny, who benefited greatly from that friendship, who's on the record saying I would get Destiny laid all the time if we lived near each other?
If Destiny was my roommate,
hilarious.
I get him laid all the time.
Hassan. Do I know Destiny? No. Pretty.
Protect us from Olivia. Protect us from the H3 podcast and all of the affiliates. We need your protection, goddess.
What goddess are you fucking praying to? It's like I'm watching Xena Warrior Princess, but fat.
Help us. Protect us from Ethan Klein. Protect us from his wife. Protect us.
Did he put in a fart sound?
Protect us from Ethan Klein. Protect us from his wife. Protect us from the viewers of the H3
That's
podcast.
you guys. That's everybody at home.
Evil viewers of the H3 podcast. Wishing people harm. Wishing women harm. Wishing mothers, sisters, daughters harm. All of the incels
that's true.
infesting the interwebs right now. We call upon your protection.
I like the effect she did. She did kind of like a cool summoning circle graphics on that one. So, love that. That's Casey Tron, everybody.
And so, that brings us to the end. Unfortunately. So, Breadtubers in general. Down bad. Cut. Getting sued. Lying. Losing money. Getting mobbed by people who are less relevant in their lives than normal people. Down on their luck. And somehow, Mike from PA is outperforming people like Pirate Software. So it's not like it's completely over. They could always be able to find a pivot. But Lord have mercy on high. Lord have mercy on high. As fun as it is as a train wreck to watch, we put it here to you to see in this instance so that you can recognize that it's happening and then no longer care. Because the only thing that needs to happen from here is them getting sued, right? Innuendo Studios needs to get taken to court over his tax fraud. He also needs to be brought back and forced to be in the States so that money can then be garnished for the rest of his life because he shouldn't have been in that much debt and shouldn't have been trying to basically embezzle the government. At the same time, people like Xander Hall find themselves in the positions that they are because they don't do work. All those crumb tubers falling off, crying, dying, doing nothing but playing video games, and not finding ways to still cover content and cover topics. They find themselves in these positions because they're not us. They're not us. They don't know what to do. They're completely lost. Everything they're supposed to have to make money, they can't do shit with. Trump's president. He's not delivering on his promises. He's acting like a fool. And they don't know what to fucking do about that, chat. Ain't that sad? Ain't that fucking sad? Not even to mention the sad taste you have to wash out of your mouth of Mike from PA and how he simped over a mid-woman. But look, chat. It is what it is. It is what it is. But hey, you made it. And it's now time for me to go. So, chat, I leave you with this thought. Know and be proud that if anything were to happen to my broadcasting work, that you should be happy that you were there and be happy that it happened. You know, some straight, honest energy. And at the same time, know that if I ever disappear, that I am happy and that I am thriving and that I am rearing a child, if at best. And if I ever reappear again, should I disappear from the internet, like I am subject to the actions of The Art of the Shinobi, Part 3, from the Sega Genesis / Mega Drive. If I somehow disappear into the night and never reappear again that morning, know that eventually my progeny will be amongst you, and it'll be the second coming of Carl. Now, I shall be going to bed. Or rather, I shall be eating my food and then I'll be going to bed. And hopefully I get to speak to you all tomorrow on Yappin'. So, I will see you all same Carl time, same Carl channel. I will be billing you all for my therapy Do keep in mind that this broadcast obviously cannot be monetized. Should you wish to support the content, please send a wonderful, humble donation to YouTube, to Twitch, to Kick, to X, to Subscribestar, and to Ko-fi.com/singlesplayercarl. And if you would like to become a member of the audience, feel free to join to the Discord. Earn your way through the ranks. Become a Carlist and take your place at the seat of our Forbidden Kingdom. And if this is your first time seeing a Carl video, do not forget to do all the algorithmic promotional things. Like, subscribe, comment. And I will see you all tomorrow. Hopefully, early in the morning. Goodbye, everyone. I love you all. But not as much as I love making fun of these dumbasses. Not as much as I love making fun of these dumbasses. But it's up there. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.